Today, and this meeting is being recorded on Wednesday. What is this, October 25th?
Right.
And I'd like to turn the meeting over to Presley for her to review our meeting protocols and instructions.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. Good morning. The California Commission on Disability Access Full Commission meeting is now called to order. This full commission meeting will be on Zoom via teleconference and held at the Division of the State Architect Los Angeles Regional Office located at 355 South Grand Avenue, Suite 2100 in Los Angeles, California, 90071. Per Senate Bill 143, the Bagley King teleconferencing restrictions have been suspended through December 31st, 2023. Therefore, commission members are not required to list their remote locations. Members of the public may participate by Zoom or teleconference from any location. Public comment on matters not on the agenda is taken at the beginning of the meeting. Public comment on matters on the agenda will be heard as the commission takes up agenda items for discussion. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes. Speakers who utilize translators to make public comments will be allotted no more than 6 minutes, unless they utilize simultaneous translation equipment. CCDA is precluded from discussing matters not on the agenda. However, CCDA members may ask questions for clarification purposes. This meeting is being captioned and recorded. To assist in this effort, please state your first and last name each time you speak and speak loud and clear. The stream text live captioning link has been included in the chat for your use, and staff can provide the link when asked. Public participants can use the raise hand function to alert the committee of when they would like to speak. And we will also give an opportunity for public members who have called into the meeting, at which time they can unmute themselves. If you are attending this meeting via teleconference, please press *6 on your keypad to unmute or mute yourself. If you would like to alert the CCDA, press *9 to telephonically raise your hand and staff will call on you. To use the raise hand function, please use the following steps. Using via web browser, first click on the icon labeled reactions in the toolbar on the bottom center of your screen. After clicking reactions, a new window will show on your screen. At the bottom right of the screen, there will be a button labeled raise hand. Using Zoom via mobile device, click on the 3 sideways dots labeled more. The more option is in the toolbar on the bottom right corner of the screen. After clicking more, a new window will pop up at the bottom of your screen. Press raise hand. Please remember to mute yourself if you are not speaking in order to reduce noise. If you are having technical issues throughout the meeting and need assistance, please use the chat function to alert CCDA staff or email ccda@dgs.ca.gov. I will pass it back to you, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Thank you, Presley. With that, we'll move on. Continuing with our agenda item 1, it's time for roll call. So Presley, could you lead us in the roll?
Yes, thank you. I will lead the roll. To start off, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Present.
Commissioner Lemus. Commissioner Lemus. Okay. Vice Chair Commissioner Holloway. Vice Chair Commissioner Holloway.
He'll be with us in a couple moments.
Oh, okay. No worries. We will come back. Commissioner Dillard.
Here.
Commissioner Dr. Elhessan. Commissioner Dr. Elhessan. Okay.
I'm here.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Commissioner Jackson.
Present.
Commissioner Leon Vasquez.
Present.
Commissioner Lillibridge.
Present.
Commissioner Dr. Profaca.
Present.
Commissioner Ramirez.
Buenos dias, present.
Thank you. Commissioner Shapiro.
Present.
Commissioner Claire.
Present.
Commissioner Conway.
Commissioner Conway, present.
And I will circle back to Commissioner Holloway. Well, when he does come, we do have quorum. I will pass it back to you, Chair Commissioner Downey.
He's here.
He's here.
Please say present.
Present.
Got him.
Or you can just say present for me.
Holloway is in.
So we now have a quorum, so thank you very much.
I'm sorry, did my name get called? This is Commissioner Loomis.
Oh, yes. Hi, Commissioner Lemus. I did. Thank you for attending. So we do have every commissioner here today. Welcome, everyone.
Beautiful.
So are there any other members of the public, commissioners or members of the public that would like to identify themselves? Presley, do you see any indication of that?
We do have Nikki Taylor representing Senator Ochoa Boat. And other than that, we do not have any other indications in the chat. I will pass it back to you, Commissioner Downey.
All right, thank you. So at this time, are there any, this is Chair Commissioner Downey, are there any members of the public that would like to identify themselves? If yes, please raise your virtual hand if you're joining us virtually.
There appears to be no indication in the chat, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Is there anybody, any members of the public here in person?
I am in the public room and right now there is no one from the public.
Okay. Okay, then I think we're good to move on to our next agenda item, which is the Pledge of Allegiance. And with that, if someone could tell me where the flag is.
Right in front of you.
Right in front of you. And those that can stand, please do, and let's recite the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so now we're moving on to agenda item number 2, the approval of our meeting minutes from the CCDA Commission hearing on July 26, 2023. Assuming all have had a chance to read that, to review those minutes, are there any questions any members of the commission would like to?
This is Commissioner Holloway. I'd move approval of the minutes.
Commissioner
get your
Jackson,
questions
second.
first. Okay, any comments from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Appears to be no indication.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from members of the commission here in person? And for the list here, any comments from members of the public joining us virtually? I don't think that belongs.
There appears to be no indication in the chat, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Okay. And I presume we still have nobody here, no members of the public here in person, so. So now, could I have a motion to approve?
So moved again.
And second,
So
Jackson,
Jackson seconded,
yes.
thank you. Okay, Presley, could you conduct a roll call vote?
Yes, I will start. Commissioner Diller,
Approve.
Commissioner Downey,
Approved.
Commissioner Alhassan,
Approve.
Commissioner Holloway,
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson,
Approve.
Commissioner Lemus,
Approve.
Commissioner Leon Vasquez,
Approve.
Commissioner Lillibridge,
Approve.
Commissioner Profasa,
Abstain.
Commissioner
As I would not
Ramirez,
I'm sorry, was that me?
Commissioner Ramirez,
Okay.
Approved.
and then Commissioner Shapiro,
Approve.
Chair Commissioner Downey, all CCDA commissioner votes have been noted. I will pass it back to you.
Okay, and I assume it's been approved?
Yes, the motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So agenda item number 3, this time we'd like to take any comments from members of the, let's see. Any comments from members of the public on any item that is not on the agenda? So let's first, are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually?
There appears to be no indication, Chair Commissioner Downey.
And this is Commissioner Ramirez. I was just going to make one comment that wasn't on the agenda, if I could share it, Commissioner.
Okay,
Thank you. I apologize that I'm not there in person. I'm here in LA County. LA County is my home, and I wanted to greet you all. I have sick toddlers at home, so I'm taking care of them. But I really wanted to welcome you to LA County. The Los Angeles County, here in Los Angeles County, we recognize that we occupy the lands that are originally inhabited by the Tangba, the Tatavian, the Serrano, the Kish, and the Chumash people. And one of our best practices that we do as a county, both as community members and as business members, is that we have and we demonstrate a working relationship with our local tribes. And in LA County, one of the practices that we do is, as occupiers and residents and members of this community, is that oftentimes for community events like this, we definitely invite or contact our local California tribes, because they're still all over California. Here in Los Angeles County, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6, 7 of them. And so they're very active both in our business sector, in our disability sector. Definitely, they steward a lot of the work. And so I really wanted to share that with all of you, with the hope that as we, the commission, meet in different parts of California that represent both the different business sectors, but also the different tribal sectors, that we might have an opportunity not only to recognize the tribal lands that we're visiting, but definitely have an opportunity to engage with our California tribal agencies, as well as their business agencies, as a way to further do outreach to the community and further elevate the work that this commission does. So again, I just wanted to thank you for letting me do that. And I'll share in this chat the information that we use here in Los Angeles County that our Native American Alaska Native Indian Commission has provided for our commission. Thank you very much.
all right, thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. With that, are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually on any items that are not on the agenda?
Chair Commissioner Downey.
Excuse me, I'm a member of the public, but I don't have the raise hand option.
Okay, you're recognized. If you could please state your name and then please share us your comment.
Yes, good morning. I'm a stakeholder. I actually am a resident here in Los Angeles. My comments are, at the beginning of the pandemic, I remember there was a comment by a member of the disabled community, and they stated at a Zoom meeting that for years they had been working on different entities. Please, we want to be more included. These entities, oh no, it's just not feasible, the logistics, it's not financially able. And then all of a sudden the pandemic happened, when society, it became inconvenienced by not being able to meet in person, while others were inconvenienced because everyone around them was dying. At that time, 1, 2, 3, Zoom. Different members of communities that were never able to participate suddenly were able to participate. Now we come to the end of the pandemic, when a lot of those open to the public meetings suddenly were turned off. Yes, most of them returned to in-person, no longer having a Zoom component, no longer allowing those outside to participate. I hope that this organization can work in the future to try and allow that openness once again, so that all members of community can participate in a business, in a government, in everything. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the public joining us virtually on on items not on this agenda?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in chat.
Okay, and are there any members of the public joining us in person here in the room that would like to address this, an item that's not on the agenda?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
All right, so then we'll move on to agenda item number 4. For that, I would like to welcome our new Commissioner Luciana Profaca. So with that, we have Operations Manager Phil McFall provide an introduction to Luciana.
Thank you, Commissioner Downey, Chair Commissioner Downey. Yes, my name is Phil McFall. I am the Operations Manager here at California Commission on Disability Access. Yes, today I want to recognize and welcome Commissioner Dr. Luciana Profaca. Welcome. And I'm going to read a short bio. Commissioner Dr. Luciana C. Profaca has been committed to the equality, independence, and employment of people with disabilities for over 5 decades. She began her career with the California Department of Rehabilitation in 1972 and served in several roles at the DOR until her retirement in 2010, including interim director, chief deputy director, habilitation specialist, and senior vocational rehabilitation counselor. During her time at the DOR, she was able to implement initiatives aimed at enhancing the lives of individuals with physical, sensory, mental health, intellectual, and developmental disabilities. In 2013, she established her counseling practice to provide essential therapeutic support to individuals experiencing anxiety, depression, and various challenges in life. In addition to her government responsibilities, Dr. Profaca contributed her knowledge and expertise as the adjunct professor in the rehabilitation counseling program at San Francisco State University, the counseling psychology program at the University of San Francisco, and consultant with the technical assistance in counselor education program with San Diego State University Foundation's Interwork Institute. She has served on various boards and councils, including the Private Industry Council, County and State Workforce Investment Boards, California Mental Health Planning Council, and Lighthouse for the Blind and Visually Impaired. Dr. Profaca earned a Bachelor's of Arts in Psychology from San Francisco State University in 1970, a Master's of Science in Rehabilitation Counseling from San Francisco State in 1972, and a doctorate in clinical psychology from California Institute of Integral Studies in 2000. She is licensed by the California Board of Behavioral Sciences as a licensed professional clinical counselor and certified by the Commission on Rehabilitation Counselor Certification. In addition to family, her passions include travel and music. And so with that, I would like to welcome you, Commissioner Profaca. Thank you for joining us. And we would like to welcome you with our CCDA pen. We're very lucky to have you here.
You're tall.
All right.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much.
Well, I'm deeply honored to be among you, fellow commissioners, and to provide this service to the state of California. And I'm always excited to participate in my profession. So I'm grateful to the governor for the appointment and glad to be among you. Hope to serve you well.
Thank you, Dr. Profaca. And as a point of personal privilege, this is Chair Commissioner Downey. I'd like to really extend a truly heartfelt welcome to you, Dr. Profaca, to this commission. I've had the absolute honor and privilege to work with Dr. Profaca in the past as we served together on the board of directors for the Lighthouse for the Blind and Visually Impaired in San Francisco. And when our sort of beloved Commissioner Michael Paravagna retired from the commission, stepped down from the commission, gosh, almost a year ago. We were trying to consider who the heck can fill his shoes. Someone with this deep connection, knowledge of the Department of Rehabilitation, the disability community. I think I know just the person. If only we can convince her to come join us. And so I was absolutely thrilled that she accepted the invitation and that she's made it through the hoops and is joining us today. So it's an absolute pleasure to have you join us. So thank you for taking this dive and making this commitment to the California Commission on Disability Access and all the good we work so hard to do across this state to make the state more accessible to all. So thank you very much. And at this time, I'd like to open it up to any other members of the commission that would like to share any words with Dr. Profaca.
This is Commissioner Shapiro. I would like to welcome Dr. Profaca to our ranks as a commissioner. I only had the opportunity to meet her recently in San Jose when we had our listening forum, and I'm delighted to be able to work with her and to hear her voice added to our conversations moving forward. So welcome and thank you so much for agreeing to serve.
This is Commissioner Holloway. I also wanted to welcome you to the commission, and it's a little bit of work, and it's a great group of people, and don't let them scare you off with all the obligations and the work that's required, because it's really a lot of fun. So welcome to the family.
Commissioner Dillard, again, I would like to welcome you to our fantastic group of individuals here, also to LA on this nice cloudy day. But next time, the sun will be out.
It usually is.
Yeah. Well,
This is Commissioner Claire. Welcome, Dr. Profaca. It'll be a pleasure working. Thank you.
This is Commissioner Jackson, and I had the privilege of meeting her as we left the hotel today. And she was my sighted guide to get me to the meeting and things of that nature. And she's just a charming, wonderful person that's a lot to give to our organization and our community. Welcome.
This professor, commissioner, I almost call myself a professor. Wow,
Okay.
just give myself a promotion. Commissioner
Come
Lillibridge, I want to welcome Dr. Profaca, and I want to make sure, are we saying your last name correctly? Is it Profaca?
Profaca, yes.
Profaca? Excellent.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you all. Feel very welcomed and appreciate to being here among you. Thank you.
Thank you. So
And this is
I know-
Commissioner Ramirez online. I'm sorry that I'm not there present. I wanted to say yate and definitely welcome. Looking forward to working with you. Definitely learning more about some of the initiatives and how we can work together. Again, welcome.
Thank you. And I very much appreciated your land acknowledgement. Thank you so much for doing that.
This is Commissioner Lemus. I also extend a heartfelt welcome to you. Look forward to meeting you in person.
any other
This
comments?
is Commissioner Dr. I'm sorry. This
Go
is
ahead,
Commissioner
Dr.
Dr. O'Heston. And I also like to welcome you to our commission, and I look forward to working with you. I also chair the Education Outreach Committee, so I hope you would take interest in joining us in that committee. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Okay, any comments from members of the public joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, I did want to put in the chat that Commissioner Leon Vasquez says, welcome, Commissioner Profaca.
Thank you for that. So again,
There is no other indication.
okay. Any members of the public joining us here in person that would like to address this item? Hearing none. Again, thank you and welcome Dr. Luciana Profaca.
Thank you, Dr. Downey. Commissioner Downey. I appreciated all the years that we served together at the Lighthouse. And it's just, when I was invited and encouraged by you, I said to work with Commissioner Downey is truly a privilege. So I'm glad to be among you again.
Thank you. The privilege is mine. Thank you. Okay, so agenda item number 5. For this, we have commission tributes, which is going to be a surprise for me. So I think one thing we have not addressed is that our executive director, April Dawson, is not able to join us today. And so our operations manager, Phil McFall, will be filling her shoes as best he can, as often as she would normally be on tap. So I hope you got your sleep and had your Wheaties this morning.
Good effort.
So I'll turn it over to you, Phil, for our commission, commission tribute.
Yes, thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. Yes, again, this is Phil McFall, Operations Manager here at CCDA. And we'd like to take this time to thank some of the people who have worked with us on the myriad of things that we do. And I wanted to point out Commissioner Clare, Commissioner Dillard, and Commissioner Holloway. All 3 of them have worked on an accessible parking campaign toolkit that we're putting together. You'll hear more about that later, but it's been a lot of meetings outside of our, and I know everybody has busy schedules, everything that we're doing, and we really appreciate the fact that you can take time out of your day to take a look at our toolkit, to provide feedback, and we just want to, as a commission, let you know that we truly appreciate what you've brought to the campaign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And I also want to recognize Commissioner Shapiro. Commissioner Shapiro stepped up and she moderated, you'll hear about it again, a listening forum that we did in San Jose a few weeks ago. And she stepped up and was able to moderate, kept the crowd under control, was able to manage things, and we truly appreciate that as well. And Commissioner Lillibridge, for a lot of things. You've just overall been, as your engagement with the commission, you're always there to help us with anything. Took over legislative committee duties this year, which we truly appreciate. Thank you. And you met with us to do an interview. We did you came out of your way, come downtown and got on camera with us, and our archaic filming capabilities, but we appreciate you having the patience with us and sitting with us to do that. So yes, thank you so much for that. And a very special one, Commissioner Downey. Thank you for 10 years with CCDA. I think that's and we were thriving under your leadership. We truly appreciate you, everything that you bring to the table, and your guidance and leadership.
Thank you for that. It's a pleasure to serve the state and serve with you all for all these years. With that, I also want to extend my gratitude to our immediate past chair, Guy Lemus, who taught me the ropes, and I still do my best to honor the strength and all that he brought to this commission, and continue that service he established on behalf of the state. So thank you, Guy.
Thank you.
And we have a great commission. Commissioner Profaca, you heard about that already, but everybody, I really appreciate that everybody is willing to help out and join in whenever you can. And we never get pushback. Everybody's like, how can I help? So to all of you, thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to turn it back to you, Commissioner Down, Chair Commissioner Down.
All right, thank you. So are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
I'm sorry, and I went out of order here. I went to the public first. Any comments from members of the commission joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Commissioner Lemus did put in the chat, thank you, Chris, you've done us proud.
Thank you.
And then other than that, we have no indication. I will pass it back to you, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the commission here in person that would like to address this item?
Commissioner Profaca, I would like to acknowledge you, Commissioner Shapiro, for your presentation and your participation at that listening forum in San Jose. I had the opportunity to attend, and I was really impressed with how you represented the commission and how you managed that entire program. I mean, it was very, very impressive. There were a lot of moving parts, and you were so gracious in your appreciation of all those who spoke, and I just thought you did a fabulous job.
Thank you
I'd
so
like to
much.
acknowledge you.
Thank you so much. You're so kind.
Okay, if there are no further comments from members of the commission, I'd like to open it up to members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item.
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public here in person that would like to address this agenda item?
There are no members of the public here yet.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll move on to agenda item number 6. Okay, that brings us to our California Commission on Disability Access elections. So we have to bear with us as we're trying to get the protocols down for this. In particular, we're having elections for our chair and vice chair. And so I think, let's see, how did we land on this?
Commissioner Holloway's going to start.
Okay, so I'm going to hand it over to our Vice Chair Holloway to lead us in this first discussion regarding the chair.
Thank you, Chair Downey. I appreciate that. So what we're going to do is we're going to open this item for nominations for the chair of CCDA. And so the chair would accept nominations. So are there any nominations for chairman of chair of CCDA?
This is Chair Commissioner Chris Downey. I'd like to reaffirm my desire and passion to again make myself available as chair of the California Commission on Disability Access.
Thank you, Chair Downey. Are there any other nominations? Apparently not. So what I'd like to do is close this item for nominations and ask the Presley to call the roll, please.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Holloway. I will start for the motion.
Aye.
All right. Commissioner Diller,
Aye.
Commissioner Alhassan,
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lemus,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon Vasquez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lillibridge,
An enthusiastic aye.
Commissioner Profaca,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Shapiro.
Aye.
All right, I will pass it back to you, Vice Chair Holloway. All CCDA Commissioner votes have been noted and the motion will carry for chair.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I appreciate that. And what I'd like to do now is turn the chairmanship back over to newly elected, re-elected, permanently elected chair of CCDA for the rest of the items on the agenda.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair Holloway. Maybe I need to take some lessons from our Commissioner Shapiro on how to maintain order, keep things under control here. So thank you to the commission for your support, and so thank you very much. I look forward to continuing to serve as chair commissioner of the California Commission on Disability Access. But now time to turn our attention to election of officer for our vice chair. And for that, I'd like to first ask if Vice Chair, current Vice Chair Holloway, if you're, there might be somebody calling to nominate themselves. No, we're gonna, I'd like to first ask if Vice Chair Holloway, if you'll would like to again pursue this this position as vice chair of the California Commission.
Thank you, Chair Downey. I would be honored and pleased to continue as your vice chair. Appreciate you shutting off the additional nomination that was voted in.
Thank you for that, but I must open it up to the commission if anybody would like to have any other nominations to put forward for as vice chair. Hearing none, I'll turn it back to to Presley to take a roll call vote.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I will now start the motion for vice chair. Commissioner Dillard,
Aye.
Commissioner Downey,
Aye.
Commissioner Alhassan,
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lemus,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon Vasquez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lillibridge,
Aye.
Commissioner Profasa,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Shapiro.
Aye.
All right, Chair Commissioner Downey, all the CCDA commissioner votes have been noted and the motion carries. I will pass it back to you.
Thank you, and thank you, Presley, for taking that roll call vote, and welcome and thank you, Vice Chair Holloway. It's a pleasure and excited to have you continue on as Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the confidence and the support of my fellow commissioners on doing this. It's actually been a lot more fun than I expected. So thank you very much. Looking forward to another year.
All right. And thank you. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for filling in for me on a couple executive commission meetings that I've not been able to attend. So thanks to you
My
for filling
pleasure.
in for that. I'm not sure, given some confusion in the talking points here, I didn't open it up to any comments to members of the public virtually or in person regarding these nominations. So I'll suspend the idea that it's a done deal. Any comments from members of the public on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication in the chat.
Okay. Do we have any members of the public joining us here in person that would like to address this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, we do not have any people in the public room yet.
Okay, it's a relief that there's no objections. All right, thank you. With that, we'll move. Let me catch up to where we are here.
There's a hand up.
Commissioner Jackson has a comment.
Okay,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson.
Yes. I may be mistaken, but we keep forgetting to call one of our distinguished commissioners for votes.
I think I'm ex officio.
Oh, you're ex officio?
Yeah, so I don't believe I had a vote. So I
forgive
do-
me.
No, that's
Forgive me.
okay. Thank you for that consideration.
Okay.
Commissioner Jackson, I appreciate that. Certain things they call on me for votes, certain things I just have to say I'm present. So
All righty, forgive me.
that's okay.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Be assured, I would not let our commissioner, I declare it, be ignored. That would come at great professional risk. So,
My misinformation, sorry.
okay. All right, so with that, we'll move on to agenda item 7. And that is the 2024 CCDA meeting calendar. So assuming that all have had a chance to review the proposed tentative calendar of meetings for 2024, I'd like to ask if there are any questions from or comments regarding that from members of the by members of the commission. Are there any questions or comments from the commission on the tentative calendar of meetings?
This is Commissioner Shapiro. I just wanted to confirm that we are going to have 3 rather than 4 full commission meetings next year. Is that correct?
That is correct. There's been a lot of, this is Chair Commissioner Downey, there's been a lot of discussion, work on this, and trying to sort through things. It's not a requirement of the bylaws to do that. And in terms of the logistics of getting things queued up at the start of the year, and just the reality of what goes on and getting it all lined up, it had become clear that it could be advantageous to go to 3. We looked at the prospect of pushing that the first hearing of the year look back a little bit to see if that would work, but then it was coming up so tight to the second meeting of the year. And if you push that, there was a ripple effect. And in the end, we felt most comfortable with going with 3. I think I'll turn it over. Unfortunately, our executive director, April Dawson, isn't here to discuss that or share a comment she might have. But I'm sure she's shared that and that Phil McFall has been part of those conversations. So if there's anything else you'd like to add.
No, you said it perfectly. We did consider a lot of different options. We had tried to push it back to possibly doing the full commission. There's a lot of heavy lifting that's going on in the very first part. A lot of it actually has to do with a lot of the commission business that we are going to be doing over the next year. I won't get into all that, the listening forums and the webinars and all that stuff, but it was becoming, we were trying to push it back a little bit to be able to effectively handle everything that was going to be coming in the first quarter of the year. And we realized it was getting very, very, very convoluted in January, February, March. We have a lot of things going on coming up early next year. And then on top of that, we're starting on the annual report. There's a lot of different things that have been going into it. So we wanted to be able to best serve the commission effectively, with our staffing needs. And this isn't about necessarily us, but we just wanted to be able to pull off everything in a fashion that would be acceptable to the commission. So we, after speaking with Commissioner Downey, we thought it would be best to go with 3 instead of 4.
If this is Commissioner Diller, if I can add, we had a meeting on this, and it was my understanding that what we see here is, again, just part of the large picture. There's other things going on. There's even maybe some subcommittee meeting, well, that's not here. So this is more of the high level.
Yes.
There's also things happening around that.
Right. It's a lot to do with the listening forums and the webinar. And that isn't, I guess, necessarily directly a committee meeting, but there are a lot of components that are, I don't know if I'm explaining this correctly, but we wanted to be able to, like I said, handle a lot of the things, because there's a lot of things that we're being asked as a commission to do. We want to make sure that we're able to successfully complete all of those. And so there is a lot more to the story than what you see on this. You're seeing the actual scheduled commission and committee meetings. But there is, and we'll get into a little bit more of that. You'll see as we go through this meeting today, you'll see that there's more stuff coming. So I know you're like, well, Phil, it's not enough information right now, but it's coming, I promise. So, so that's all I have, Commissioner Downey.
Are there any other comments from members of the commission that are joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Sure, Commissioner Downey, Commissioner Lemus has his hand raised.
Commissioner Lemus?
Oh, I'm sorry, this is Commissioner Lemus. I was just going to say that I like the new schedule, in particular, the changes that were made to make the full commission in June instead of July, which I always have to miss when it's in July. So this actually come to all the full commission meetings. So thank you. And I like the flow. January, February, there's a lot of work for the annual report. So this makes sense to me, and well done.
Thank you for those comments. Immediate past Chair Guy Lemus. Any other comments from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Sure, Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no other indication.
Okay.
And this is Commissioner Ramirez. Sorry, I didn't raise my hand fast enough. No, I also did want it, just looking at the breakthrough, it really meshes a lot also with a lot of the legislative cycles. And also given some of the big work that is coming done at the federal level on Section 504, I think it really gives us an opportunity to, yeah, so it's very, very well spread out. So good job. Thank you very much. And I just, the March meeting is on my birthday weekend. I wasn't on purpose, but thank you very much. I just
Okay, so if there are no further comments from members of the commission joining us virtually, any comments from members of the commission here in person on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no other indications.
Thank you, Presley. Are there any members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication virtually or in person.
Okay, are there any comments from members of the public here with us in person in Los Angeles that would like to address this agenda item?
No indication, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Okay. With that, Presley, could you lead us in a roll call vote?
Yes, thank you. I will start. Commissioner Dillard,
Aye.
Commissioner Downey,
Aye.
Commissioner Alhesson,
Aye.
Commissioner Holloway,
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson,
Aye.
Commissioner Lemus,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon Vasquez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lillibridge,
Aye.
Commissioner Profaca,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Aye.
Commissioner Shapiro,
Aye.
Chair Commissioner Downey, all the CCDA commissioner votes have been noted and the motion carries. I will pass that back to you.
Thank you very much. Phil, with
Chair
that,
Chair Downey, this is Commissioner Holloway. I have a question. I'm on another organization that also does an annual list of all the meetings that subcommittees and what have you. And what this particular board does, and I want to make it as a suggestion here for CCDA, is that once the annual series of meetings is adopted, the members of the board get an electronic invite to these meetings at the beginning of the year, or when it's shortly after it's adopted. And what happens when you do that is you don't have other business that then conflicts with these dates unless you happen to go through and put them all in your calendar, your electronic calendar. So my suggestion would be, if it'd be possible for staff to send the commission members electronic notices of these invites and invite us to these meetings, whether they're in person or Zoom, and then we could avoid conflicts down the line. Just a thought.
Vice Chair Holloway, this is Chair Commissioner Downey. That's an excellent idea. That can make work of one that would otherwise be spread out across the entire commission, of everyone having to manually enter those dates into their calendar to preserve those dates. So yes, let's welcome ourselves to the 21st century.
Absolutely. We'll get that.
Thank you. With that, let's move on to agenda item number 8, I believe it is, and that's the data and annual report. And that was to be for our Executive Director, April Dawson, and in her place will be Operations Manager, Phil McFall.
Right.
Back to you.
Thank you, Commissioner Downey. This will be short. Commissioner Dawson, I'm sorry, Executive Director Dawson advised me to table this one. It's the data in the annual report for law firms, and she wanted to be part of this discussion. And so we decided that it would be best to table this one until another meeting.
Okay. But she's fully aware that this meeting is not going to happen
until March. Until March. Yes, she is. And we went around about it, but she felt we felt it would be best to hold that until we were able to meet again.
Okay. I appreciate that. And it is important information and a big part of what we do as this commission. So let's table that until our next meeting.
Okay.
Wait for your electronic meeting invite for that.
Yes. We're on it. We will get that.
Okay, so then we'll dispense with any further discussion with that. Agenda item number 9. That's now for our bylaws review. That again was to be for Executive Director April Dawson, Operations Manager Phil McFall.
Yes.
What do you have to say?
All right. All kinds of surprises. We are going to, this is really a high level discussion. We're not going to actually get into the bylaws and dissect them. I'm assuming everyone's had a chance to at least take a look at them. And I guess so. We will, this is, it's not a review. We just wanted to see if there was any comments, questions, anything that anybody wanted to say about what they've read or came across in the bylaws, if it's something that we need to discuss as a group.
So first, if we could, are there any questions or comments from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Any comments from?
I have a
members of
quick
the-
question. I'm sorry.
Okay, Dr. Ellis.
Commissioner El Hassan,
Yes, you're recognized.
thank you. I wanted to ask, is there an order that we should be approaching the review? Is there a sense of priority, I guess, in addressing some of the bylaws that we should start working on immediately, or there's no specific order that we need to follow?
Order as far as each individual bylaw, is it?
Yes.
Well,
Are we just going as it's listed, or is there some that we need to address before others, I guess is what I'm trying to understand.
Well, this is Chair Commissioner Downey. If I could, as just a point of process here, we're taking it, trying to remember if it's every 2 years that we're taking the opportunity to have a bylaws review.
Yeah.
And that goes through staff and through legal with DGS. And so we're basically looking to update the bylaws to stay current with, up to date with current California laws. Make sure that things haven't become outdated in terms of legislation that's responding to or protocols required by the state. So there's those issues, and then just any general updates from the commission. So this has been running through staff, through legal, the executive committee, and at this point it's being shared, sort of the progress that's been made. And so that's where we are. So it's not, let's open the whole thing up for rewriting at this point. It's been going through this process, and it is really a check to see, here's where we are, and let's see if there are any comments on that.
Right. Okay, I see. Yeah, so what I understood you saying is that the priority is basically any new legislation that came up that we would address first, that in order to keep our bylaws updated. Right? That's what I understood.
Correct. That's the first order of business. Yes.
Okay. Great. I got it now. Thank you so much.
Are there any other comments from members of the commission on this agenda item, commissioners that are joining us virtually? Are there any comments or questions from members of the commission here in person on this agenda item?
This is Commissioner Littlebridge. We did look at the proposed revisions to the bylaws in the last executive committee meeting, and I just want to recognize that I think staff did an excellent job going through that, making a lot of clarifying statements, updating it for the current California code and whatnot. So anyway, kudos to staff for doing that. And then it's my understanding it's going to legal.
Yes.
And they'll be putting the final touches on it.
Correct. That's correct.
Thank you for those comments. Any other comments from members of the commission here in person on this agenda item? Okay, with that, are there any members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there is no indication.
And thank you. Are there any members of the public here in person that would like to address this agenda item?
There is no indication, Chair Commissioner Downey.
All right, thank you. With that, we'll move on to agenda item number 10, and that's current projects. And with that, guess who's up? Our operations manager, Bill McFall, on behalf of our executive director, April Dawson.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. we're gonna do something a little different. We're gonna have each of the members of our committees, they're gonna actually read out on their committee and kind of the things that have been going on. So really right now, what we're gonna do is walk through each of the committees that we have here with CCDA and the activities that we had over 2023, over the past year. So I'll just go by how I have them on my sheet. Commissioner Holloway, I have you up first. Would you be able to share about your
Executive committee.
executive committee? Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you to Chair Downey for giving me the opportunity to share the executive committee meeting. This was my second time chairing a commission entity, and it went a lot better than the first time. When you see the talking points for the commission, it's quite formal and structured. So it took a little work to get there. So thank you for the opportunity, and we were able to get the work done. The subject matters were the bylaws, which you just heard about. We heard those, we took public input and recommended those to the full commission. Our executive director, April Dawson, gave us an update on CCDA's strategic plan. She also gave us, we had an opportunity to talk about suggested uses of the high frequency litigant fund dollars, and took some ideas there. She also gave us a concept on upcoming social media opportunities. The commission is going to be more engaged in social media outreach, and she talked about and gave us a report on those kinds of opportunities. We also took some comments on proposed bill AB 2917, which is a gender strategic commission establishment to encourage and make opportunities for broader membership on boards. And then also we had a discussion of the accessible parking campaign toolkit, which is pretty much finalized now. And I think we got good support on that. And then also we talked about website accessibility for disabled access. And that's kind of a summary of the topics. And if you have any specific need for information, Phil can help there, because I was trying to run the meeting and didn't take notes.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you.
End of report.
All right. Commissioner Dillard, I have you next on my list. Would you be willing to share your?
Sure. Again, in representing the committee members, council, unfortunately, but we did have a representative from the real estate.
DGS.
DGS, okay. This meeting was a very informed meeting because we sat down, went through our checklist item by item. The checklist is a product that we are hoping that we will be available next time we meet for to be finally voted upon. But we do have some comments that need to go back to be reviewed and inputted to the final document. I will add that this checklist, this toolkit, not only verbal, but is also a very visual document. So we're looking at the graphics as well as the text, very detailed manner. But I do expect us to have a fantastic document when we finish. And we will have a draft of that before the committee prior to our final product next week.
Thank you for that. That was the accessible parking campaign. I appreciate that. And then Commissioner Lillibridge, the Legislative Committee.
Thank you, Phil. My report is going to be extremely short. Our September committee meeting was canceled. However, as per usual, we will continue to be tracking any and all legislation that affects this commission. And especially as we go into the second year of a 2-year legislative session, there's quite a few bills that are turned into 2-year bills, so we'll be tracking those going into 2024.
Thank you so much. And we have Commissioner Alhassan. Are you available? I know you're virtual. Are you available, Commissioner Alhassan?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right. She's going to speak to us about the education and outreach.
Right. Thank you. Currently, we're working on distribution of the CCDA Guide on Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund, which, just a side note to that, is I met with the city of Bellflower with their city manager, and they've never heard of it. So it's really important. I'm looking forward to getting this moving because I think there are many cities that are unaware and how the funds can be used. We're looking at a pilot on CCDA social media. Committee's role in regarding to the high frequency litigation fund. CCDA business checklist, we're looking at a distribution of the business checklist once the document is finalized. And also we're looking at CCDA's response to AB 2917, the distribution of the access parking toolkit once the toolkits have been finalized, preparation for the website accessibility toolkit, as well as our role in CCDA's listening forums and webinars. And a final note is I wanted to add is that we've been asked to collaborate by the State Independent Living Council in Georgia to help create, they created an ADA video for part of their media that we can also look at having our part of our social media. And it has to do what they're looking for. They created, but they want support in having it an ASL format and Spanish and in other languages. So I've relayed that information, and I think April, our executive director, April Dawson, is working with the executive director of the Silk in Georgia to see how we can collaborate. So it's a win-win for both sides. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that. And this, you can see the inner workings, all the different committees that kind of work together. There's a lot of different things that bleed over into different committees, but we are, I appreciate you all reporting out on that today and sharing the information. And I want to, with that, I'll pass it back to you, Commissioner Down.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for your committee reports, and there's plenty to chew on in all of that you shared. But I would like to first thank Vice Chair Holloway for chairing the executive committee hearing most recently. And then I would like to go back to a comment shared by our Commissioner, Dr. Alhassan, just now regarding jurisdictions unaware of the funds available to them to be used with regards to disability access in its various forms. And it raises the question of, if those funds are theirs, they don't know about it, what the heck is happening with those funds? Where is that going? Or are they being, when you talk with them, are they aware? Well, it sounds like they're not aware of it. So are we aware if that money's being used for other things, or if it's just sitting there waiting to be used for someone to wake up and realize it's there?
Right. Great, great question. May I respond?
Sure.
So my understanding, the city manager just doesn't know about it. So I really don't know where the funds are or how, but I have a follow-up meeting the first week of November to find out exactly what's going on in regards to that. So I'll get more information, but I found it important to report because I think it's more common than not.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Alhassan. I think that's quite insightful, and to some extent, it's you're stepping out and discovering some really important information So thanks for making yourself available and going the extra mile to be in that conversation with them. It sounded like, Phil, you might have had something you wanted to add.
I just want to share with you, Commissioner Claire had some comments on this, so.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to add that for those funds, the primary purpose is to support the education and training of certified access specialists within the jurisdiction. And also their examination fees so that they can have more certified access specialists available within the jurisdictions to serve the public. And oftentimes what we find in the city government is that the building development side is obviously separate from a lot of other sides. So there is likely the collection happening on the permit side and being used in the permit side, and maybe the city manager may not know because there isn't excess funds perhaps going elsewhere. But we do find that there's this disconnect in the cities that have it of one department not talking to another. So I just want to ensure that first, that it's important that statute does support the activities of certified access specialists primarily. That's the primary use of the funds. And then of course, if there's excess funds, to encourage other programs that advance accessibility within the jurisdiction and not on the jurisdiction's facilities, which is also another misconception that's happening. So just wanted to issue that reminder out there. Thanks.
And also along with that, Commissioner Claire, the information that she just shared was obviously perfect. And we have developed a quick reference guide. We've talked about this a little bit in some previous meetings. There's a quick reference guide that's been created to go out so that businesses as well as the cities can understand exactly what this program is. What we need to do, or what we are going to do as a commission, is do more. So once the guide is out there and permeated, we are planning part of the stuff that we talked about, that was talking when we were talking about the calendar, is more outreach to these cities. We are, along with the listening forums and the webinars that we talked about, we want to do additional outreach to these cities to either do webinar type stuff or actually go in person to discuss the Disability Access Education Revolving Fund, what it is, all the information that Commissioner Claire just shared, and really to let them understand how they can use this, or help them understand how to use it, but basically how to access these funds and how to make it work for them, work for their city correctly, and the appropriate use of the funds.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Thank you for those comments, Phil, Operations Manager Phil McFall, and especially Commissioner Ida Claire for those clarifications and the insights bringing to bear on it. And I do, to the extent that it does point to these funds to the building departments for their role, their really important and critical role in the precise and proper execution of the compliance with our state and ADA accessibility regulations. It's so important that that money get through to them and be used. And that, as a first line of defense, is one of our best strategies for keeping things working properly as a matter of construction and permitting, and keeping it out of the courts if we do it right there. So that's great. Thanks for that important information and clarification. So otherwise, the other comment I had was excitement, and still waiting bated breath for this accessible parking campaign to finally make it through. That particular item I see as being a really significant initiative, in that it is something that really grew directly out of the data collection that we've been doing, responding to the preponderance of legal action taking in this area of accessible parking. So it's important that it get done right, that it's properly vetted, and that it get out into the public as soon as possible. So I'm excited for that to happen. Thank you, Commissioner Greg Dillard, for leading that on effort and steering it so well. So thank you very much. Any other comments for members of the commission on any of these reports?
This is Commissioner Littlebridge. I have I guess, a follow-up question on the result of revolving fund. If, and I'm embarrassed to say I don't know the answer to this question, I probably should. With the provision for training CASPs, do the agencies also have the ability to use that money to help subsidize inspections, CASP inspections for new business owners?
They can't, so that's
Okay.
part of the, like, if they have access. So what they need to do is, the law just says, sorry, this is Commissioner Claire. I'm assuming you asked the question. So the law says, first use of the funds is to support the training and certification of CASPs within their jurisdiction. And then many cities like Los Angeles likely have a lot of excess funds, right? Or larger cities do. And so, yes, that's really kind of, those are the types of programs that are encouraged, right? Is awareness of the public on their responsibility under the ADA to maintain their facilities and provide that education and outreach. So a CASP inspection starts to serve that, because then they can know what their status of compliance is, and then, of course, make corrections and then maintain compliance.
It seemed logical that would be the progression. Training CASP first and then making sure that the inspections actually take place.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other comments on these reports from members of the commission joining us? I'll go virtually.
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Okay. Any further comments from members of the commission here in person? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there is no indication in the chat.
Finally, for the ghost in the room, any comments from members of the public here in person?
Chair Commissioner Downey, we are still waiting for some public members, but not yet.
Okay, thank you. Okay, brings us to agenda item number 11. And brings us back to the hot seat of Operations Manager Phil McFall for filling the shoes for our Executive Director report.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I had to drink some water before we get started. This one's gonna take a minute. Okay, this would normally be done by Executive Director April Dawson. Again, she's out, so I'm gonna share mainly from her perspective, the way things are going, and I'll, it'll be from CCDA's perspective. So first, I'm gonna start with a narrative report. Just some of the things that I wanted to speak to again. Commissioner Profaca, we really appreciate you again. Thank you. We welcomed her this year. She's a governor appointee, so thank you very much for that, becoming part of the commission. CCDA partnered with the City of San Jose and California Business Properties Association for a listening forum on August 31st. 2023, you probably heard about that already, and and we'll continue to hear about it over the next few hours. But yes, we on August 31st we had a listening forum. It's the first listening forum since 2019, so that was pretty big. The topic was disability compliance at businesses. Disability compliance at businesses to improve access for all. So it was a very spirited conversation. There a lot of participation from a lot of different groups, so it was a great event. And we had 40 representatives from businesses, disability, and local communities from around the Bay Area, San Jose area. Attendees learned about business access compliance and a grant opportunity for small businesses in the city to help with access and improvements. Sorry. And then we also had a webinar on October 2nd. It was co-hosted with the CCDA co-hosted with the Pacific ADA. This webinar was geared towards small businesses about compliance and customer service. And there were over 56 individuals that attended, so that was well attended as well. Attendees learned about Title III of ADA and tips for prioritizing accessibility at small businesses. And another note is we are at a full commission, and we have no vacancies. So all of our commissioners have been appointed. So we are in a good spot as far as a commission and our roster, our commissioner roster. And for commissioners with expiring terms, April's communicated with the appointment authorities. And we're in the process of gathering information for Governor, the Senate Committee on Rules and Speaker of Assembly to make a decision on the upcoming reappointment. So more to come on that. And more staffing CCDA news. We're close to filling 2 vacant positions that we've had. We're working with CalHR right now, and I can tell you personally because I'm working on this right now. We're really, really close. I've submitted the paperwork actually for a new SSA to AGPA slider position, so they would come in at the SSA Staff Services Analyst role, and then they would have the opportunity to associate governmental. So we'd have an opportunity to promote. I know that we've talked about that quite a bit as a commission and having those opportunities. So now going forward, anytime that we create positions, we're really trying to work with our accounting team to make sure that we have the funds and the funds are be able to support people starting in a role, but continuing to promote to the next role to, maybe cut down on the turnover of staff here at CCDA. We have a great staff. I love the people we have here, but and we want to keep them. We don't want them to run off and go somewhere else. So I can tell you personally on that. That's in the second position. We have an office tech position. We're in final discussion on how exactly that one's going to look, and we should be moving forward with that one as well. So more to come on that. I want to go a little bit now into more of what April's working on. She's meeting monthly with Chair Downey, Vice Chair Holloway, and Commissioner Claire. And they meet to discuss the projects that they, basically we have in common. So she's kind of talking through all the different projects and all the different things that we have here at CCDA with those commissioners. In the past few months, she's met with Commissioner Ramirez, Commissioner Profaca, Commissioner Shapiro, and Senator Nealo's office. And she's represented CCDA at the Access Code Collaborative. What the Access Code Collaborative is, it's a group of code users and code developers of California Building Code. They discuss proposed changes to the building code before they are presented for formal rulemaking, and CCDA has an ex officio seat on that. April has also given presentations in the area, to Area Agency on Aging, Area 4, Berkeley Commission on Disability, the County of Monterey Commission on Disability, and SCORE Silicon Valley. And what that organization is, it's sponsored by the Small Business Administration. They have over 700 chapters across California. It's a lot. They talk about issues related to small business, and April spoke to them about the way that they can educate their members about access to small businesses for people with disabilities. So that's really the executive director report given by the operations manager. Next up, I want to talk more about our financials. And just I know April kind of touched on this at the executive committee meeting. The way our financials work is they're 2 quarters in arrears. So all the numbers I'll be giving to you are from July of 2022 through June of 2023. So the information that I'm giving to you right now is not real-time October 25th information. This is stuff all the way up through the end of our last fiscal year, which ended June 30th, 2023. Sorry, my years are getting mixed up. And so I wanted to share with you that our total budget authority was $1 million for that time period was $1,731,000. $1,731,000. Salaries and benefits. The budget was $799,000, and we spent $580,750 of that. I think the reason that the difference, where 73% of the allocated budget, was because of the 2 positions that we have not filled to this point. So we still have some room there to bring on new people and pay them. Next I want to go over that was personal services. I'm sorry, I jumped way ahead. Next I want to talk to you about operating expenditures and equipment. General expenses, the things that we need to run our day-to-day business with CCDA. We have a budget for that of $932,000, and we spent $309,462 of that. So that's quite a bit. There's $600,000. That's 33% of our total budget. That was I know April said that she's doing some deep dive to kind of figure out why we are so far off on those numbers. And so because at the end of the last fiscal year, so that would have been 2021 to 2022, we spent 613,814. So we spent less than about half of that. So the trend is going downward. So we need to figure out what, if she needs to do some more research to figure out why that is the case and what we need to do to adjust, be more accurate in what we're doing. High frequency litigant fund. These are fees that we are statutorily designated, we receive that are statutorily designated as high frequency litigants from those that are considered high frequency litigants. There's almost $400,000 right now in that fund, and we spent about 85,000 of that. That bulk of that went to the San Jose Listening Forum and the language access contract that we just signed. The materials and a whole bunch of things that went into the actual listening forum, that cost us a little bit of money, and did some individual contracts for our vendors for that one. But we now have a language access contract that's it's something that we can do. We need to do translations and stuff like that. It's a very good opportunity for us. And with that, that's pretty much what I have as far as the executive director report. I'll hand it back to Chair Commissioner Downey for you to take over.
Thank you, Operations Manager Phil McFall. Beth, are there any comments from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Commissioner Claire has a comment.
Not virtual, thank you, but
Oh,
I put my, no, that's all right. I put my hand down when you said
sorry.
virtually. So if you want to go virtually first, then I can wait.
Okay. So any virtual hands up?
There appears to be no indication in the chat.
Okay.
We have Commissioner Lemus with his hand raised.
Okay.
Bill, thank you for such a comprehensive report. It also caused me to remember that I won't be here next year. My term ends in January, so this will probably be the last, unless you don't fill it by March, but I hope you guys will. So I just made me want to make note of that, since I may not be actively on the commission as of January of next year. That's when my term is up.
That just made me sad a little bit. That was no, that just hit me that you won't be here for that one. So, but we will definitely keep you in the loop on any of this information, and we do definitely appreciate your service here with CCDA. Absolutely.
That sounds. I'm not sad. I'm happy, because what I see in the commission is beautiful, and Chris and I have both been on over 10 years, and so it's for some new blood. I always think that's important. And you guys are to leave the commission. When I came onto the commission, it was not a full commission for many years. We had lots of vacancies. We did not have a sufficient budget. So to kind of see where you are today versus 10 years ago is something to celebrate and be happy about. So
thank you, immediate past chair, Guy Lemus. And to the extent that our budget has been right-sized, I do note that's largely on account of some very hard work you put in the past to get that flowing for this commission properly. So with that, it's exciting to know that it's there. I'm concerned that we're not taking full advantage of it. All that was to put us in a position to really deliver on the mandate and charge to this commission. And I want to make sure that we're in honor of the hard work that Guy Lemus put forward with others in the commission in the past, that we take full advantage of that to really fulfill that obligation and that opportunity. Thank you for that. Any other comments from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Okay, I'll turn to the room here in person. Are there any members of the commission here in person that would like to address that agenda item?
Thank you, Commissioner Downey. This is Commissioner Claire. Just two items. First of all, I wanted to thank April Johnson for introducing me to the State Disability Advisory Council. I made a presentation to them last Thursday on the DSA Access Program. It was very well received, lots of good questions. And so I do want to let you know that I know that I've done an EV charging one, but I may not have done our access program presentation to the commission. And so if in a future meeting you want me to do that, I've got one prepared, and I think that just giving a little bit of oversight of what DSA does for access in the building code and education realm, like just as an offering.
Right.
Second, I know that I've already reached out to you on CAS 101 to educate staff if they were interested, so thank you for taking up on that offer. But periodically, I do offer that training for free to the commission members, and there's new commission members that if they're interested in taking our CAS 101, understand a little bit more about the CAS program and the basics of what, it's really our class that introduces certified access specialists to those interested in taking the exam, but there's a lot of good knowledge about understanding responsibility under the ADA and the building code and understanding the differences. So that our next offering, this happens 3 times a year. It is virtual. Our next offering is November 30th, December 7th, and December 14th from 10 to 12. If you are interested, you can attend complimentary, just we need to register you. So let us know. I think some of you have already, you took it, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so if anyone's interested, just approach me at lunch and I can connect you with getting registered.
I highly recommend.
Thanks.
Very good.
Yeah, CCDA as a staff will be taking it on I think it's December 14th, we'll be in that one, so.
Well, yeah, you'll be in all 3 because you have,
I mean,
it's a 3 parts.
yeah.
It's
You know,
a
I'm
6-hour
sorry.
class, 2 hours apiece. but
Sorry,
yeah.
yes, so,
Thank you for that comment and for the work you're doing here with the state architect, as the state architect. So also, I did want to go back, this is Chair Commissioner Downey, I wanted to go back to comment about connections that had been made with SCORE, and a comment that there are 700 SCORE affiliates or chapters or whatever across the state, which is, I had been unaware of that. And I get notices all the time from SCORE in Oakland and keep seeing all their advice towards small businesses, people wanting to start small businesses, and have never found any mention of offering any guidance, support, or anything with regards to their important needs to be aware of ADA and California accessibility regulations with regards to CAS or anything else in terms of looking out for them, setting them up properly for a successful business. I've always thought that to be a tremendous oversight. We have to now realize that there's 700 of these across the state. That seems like a critical relationship to build and leverage towards using them to spread this knowledge of what's available to them, what's their obligation, but also what's available to them for support, and making sense of they're overwhelmed. And there are lots of things that are out there to make it easy to take care of this and really advance the needs of people with disabilities in the built environment as these interests start new small businesses across the state. So let's not lose, let's grab onto that little thread. There's something I think that might be really significant there. So that was a great find from April Dawson. Right. Any other comments from members of the commission here in person?
Yes, this is Commissioner Dillard, and I'm kind of thinking out loud here, but I know we had a listening seminar, and unfortunately, I was not able to be part of that. But I'm also thinking that our toolkit more than likely would have been very valuable at that time. And I'm not sure when the next scheduled listening seminar is scheduled. But I'm thinking we might want to really look at the calendar to see how we can maybe expedite the process, so that I think it's important material to be available, particularly when the public is at these listens.
later this afternoon, sorry, this is Commissioner, I was gonna call myself Commissioner, Operations Manager Phil McFall. Later in this afternoon, we're gonna talk about listening forums a little bit more, and that might be something we can, we're gonna talk about future use of listening forums, so that might be good then. Thank you, I'm sorry, I jumped in there.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Any other comments from members of the commission here in person on this agenda item?
This is Commissioner Lillibridge. I think to comment on the budget, and I know, Phil, that you mentioned that our executive director is looking into kind of that final reconciliation of the 2022-2023 budget, and why it appeared that we didn't spend all the funds that were available to us. But I think it all, just to kind of connect the dots and come back full circle to our calendar discussion, you know, this plays into the fact that, you know, I think it's fantastic that staff is now focusing on trying to get more of the resources that we have available out on the street, so to speak, instead of in the boardroom. And I'm all for that. And I think that the more we can produce more checklists and whatnot and get it into the stakeholders' hands, we're doing a much better job of fulfilling our mission. So anyway, that's, I think, something that we kind of need to confirm, that our meeting and committee schedule is, we're gonna take away from that, but do more of that boots on the ground work. So
Absolutely.
I'm really behind that.
Absolutely.
Chair Downey, Commissioner Holloway, you know, this time of year, we'll get to see the budget. You know, we take a look at it, and again, you know, I have to make my annual statement that it's amazing, and it's a compliment to our executive director Dawson and our staff, that how much CCDA gets done for the budget that they have. If you look at other organizations, and whether they're private sector or public, I just don't see that as much work that gets accomplished here for the budget that they have to work with. So I just wanted to compliment everybody at CCDA, the board members, commissioners, and especially the staff, is getting so much work out to the benefit of the community for so little money.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments from members of the commission on this agenda item? Hearing none, we'll turn it over to the public. Are there any members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Sure, Commissioner Downey, there's no indication virtually.
Okay. Any members of the public that have joined us here in person on this agenda item?
There is no indication in person either.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on to agenda item 12. We're coming up on the noon hour if we're not there already, so I want to make sure we get there. So this is ADA opportunities for small businesses. So Bill, if you could take over and provide an introduction to our guest speaker.
Okay, yes, we'll do. I just wanted to chat with you there. We're going to show a video. It's quite lengthy, and I know we're already within 20 minutes of lunchtime right now. Would it be something we want to consider doing after lunch? It would push us well past noon.
So do you have the time on that video?
If my memory serves me correctly, it's about 45 minutes.
Yeah. And so that, and she is, Jan is not going to be joining us in person.
She won't be joining us in person. So it was going to be April and Jan.
Okay.
Neither one of them were able to join. So we're going to show the portion of the webinar where their interaction. It's actually a really good back and forth between, but if my memory serves me correctly, it's going to be about 40 to 45 minutes. And that's completely off memory right now. So.
Okay. Let's see. I haven't had a chance to fully preview the afternoon session. If we punt this until
we can make it,
be able to make that.
We'll be able to make, yeah.
And there are no other critical scheduled speakers or anything in there?
No.
Okay.
No, we're good on the afternoon.
Okay. With that, I think that's an appropriate suggestion that we postpone that until after our lunch break. The question is, if it's now, let's call it 11:40, we have 20 minutes. If we go for a extra generous lunch break and start up at 1 o'clock as scheduled. That's probably the appropriate thing to do for those that would be joining us virtually, especially members of the public that may not otherwise know. So if there are no objections to that, that's how I would move that we proceed. So, any objection, any other comments?
No.
Hearing nothing but crickets. I move that we adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 1 o'clock Pacific time. Thank you.
Sounds good.
County, I'd like to reconvene this hearing of the California Commission on Disability Access. As we return from lunch, I'd like to ask Presley to take roll and confirm that we've reestablished our quorum.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. I will start roll call now, starting with Commissioner Downey,
Present.
Commissioner Lemus, Commissioner Lemus, Commissioner Holloway,
Present.
Commissioner Diller,
Present.
Commissioner Hessen, Commissioner Hessen. Okay, Commissioner Jackson,
Present.
Commissioner Leon Vasquez,
Present.
Commissioner Lillibridge,
Present.
Commissioner Profaca,
Present.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Present.
Commissioner Shapiro,
Present.
Commissioner Claire,
Present.
Give us Tabby.
Commissioner Conway.
Conway, present.
Okay, and with that, I will pass it back to you. We have had roll call.
Thank you, President. And are there any other commissioners or specific people that we need to be aware of that have joined this meeting?
There is no indication, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Okay. And are there any members of the public that would like to identify themselves? First, any members of the public joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication from the chat.
Anybody by chance showing up to join us in person here in Los Angeles?
There is no one in this room yet.
Okay, then we'll move on to, let's see, we're gonna go first. We're gonna have to juggle our agenda a little bit. First, hopefully, we'll proceed on to, I think it's agenda item 13, our legislative report from our DGS legal consultant, Karina Roy. Has she been able to reconnect with us?
I am here. Give me one moment. I've
Okay.
got to move some things. Okay, all right. So my name's, if we're ready to go,
Yes.
my name is Karina Roy. I am with the Department of General Services Office of Legislative Affairs. And I'll be going slightly out of order than what's on the agenda, just for comparison between SB 544 and SB 143, because they're both Bagley Keene. So first up, we've got Assembly Bill 222. This bill is a 2-year bill, so it will not be moving in 2023. If it resumes next year, so far the bill would require the Civil Rights Department to convene a work group to make recommendations to the legislature regarding accessibility and anti-discrimination laws. related to workforce and employment for people with disabilities. And CCDA was named as one of the participants in this group, but this will not be moving this year, and we'll just have to wait and see if it moves next year. Next up is Assembly Bill 410 by Assemblymember Joan Sawyer. This bill has been signed by the governor and will become operative on January 1st of 2024. It would require a shared mobility service provider, think Lime scooters, Uber scooters, something like that, to fix to each device an accessible tactile sign containing raised characters and braille that should consist of at least the company name and phone number and be visible from a distance of 5 feet. And those requirements become operative January 1st of 2024. So next up, I've got SB 544 layered next to SB 143. I'll start with SB 143 first. This is basically a bit of a stopgap measure. So the COVID era Bagley-Keene exceptions expired July 1st of this year. So this bill, SB 143, puts those exceptions back in place through the end of 2023. So for example, members can participate remotely and their remote attendance counts towards a quorum. Members' physical location does not need to be noticed in the meeting agenda nor be accessible to the public. However, when this bill's provisions sunset December 31st, 2023, the provisions of SB 544 will take over. So SB 544 was amended significantly towards the end of the session. The provisions now will sunset January 1, 2026. A remote location under this bill is one from which a member participates that is not a, quote, teleconference location, end quote. However, a teleconference location is a physical location accessible to the public from which members participate. The state body must designate a primary physical location, and a staff member must also be present at this primary location. A majority of the members now must be physically present in the same meeting location. Members not required for that majority may participate remotely and are not required to pose their location or have that location be accessible to the public. A member may also participate remotely if they notify the body of the need to do so, and that need is related to a disability. If a member participates remotely under those circumstances, that member may be counted toward a majority needed in that one physical teleconference location. All members must visibly appear on camera during the open portion of the meeting, and one member must be physically present at each designated teleconference location. All votes must be taken by roll call. This bill would continue to require that a state body provide teleconference access to a meeting and allow participants to address the state body directly. It also requires the state body to develop a procedure for swiftly receiving and resolving requests for reasonable accommodation from individuals with disability. So again, these provisions will go into effect Jan 1, 2024, and will sunset January 1, 2026. So I think we should expect to see another Bagley-Keene bill in the interim, probably in 2024 or 2025. Next up, we have Senate Bill 748 by Senator Roth, Disability Access and Information, Local Government and Notice. This bill requires local jurisdictions to provide notice to an applicant for a new or renewed business license or equivalent instrument or permit that they may be subject to liability for failure to meet state and federal disability access laws And it must inform that applicant on how to obtain a CASP inspection. This was signed by the governor and will go into effect Jan 1, 2024. AB 950 by Assemblymember Manshine. This bill is now a 2-year bill, so it will not move forward. It would have created a claim for statutory damages if an entity's website is inaccessible and the entity failed to provide plaintiff with an equally effective communication or facilitate full and equal enjoyment of the entity's goods and services offered to the public. So again, this is a 2-year bill and it's not moving forward this year. AB 1163, this bill no longer affects CCDA. CCDA was amended out of this bill in June. It amends the LGBT Disparities Reduction Act and requires certain agencies to abide by the requirements in that act. For example, in the course of collecting demographic data directly or by contract as to the ancestry or ethnic origin of Californians, certain agencies would also need to collect voluntary self-identification information pertaining to sexual orientation and gender. And again, CCDA is no longer a part of that bill. AB 1404 is connected to AB 1757. It's a little bit difficult to explain, but I'll go a bit out of order. AB 1757 would have provided statutory damages if a website was inaccessible, and provided that these damages would only be recoverable if the website fails to provide equally effective communication or facilitate full and equal enjoyment of the entity's goods and services to all members of the public. It would further make unlawful any resource service provider who intentionally, negligently, or knowingly constructed a website that failed to conform to specified internet website related accessibility standards. Now, AB 57 actually failed to pass out of Senate Appropriations Committee. So AB 1404 by Assemblymember Carrillo was actually contingent upon AB 1757 being signed by the governor.
Kristicles here. Today we've got an interesting one to play with that has a focal length you've probably never heard of.
There's okay. So AB 1404, that bill would have required an attorney with each demand letter complaint alleging a website related accessibility claim to provide the defendant with a copy of a written advisory pertaining to disability access laws. However, since AB 1757 did not pass, AB 1404 has no actual effect. And I believe those are all the bills for the legislative update.
Thank you, Corinne Roy. This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Are there any questions or comments from members of the commission that are joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Okay, thank you. Are there any comments from members of the commission here in person on this agenda item? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Okay, and then back to the ghost in the room. Is there a comment from the public here present that on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there is nobody in the room right now.
All right. Well, thank you, Karina, for sharing that legislative update. Appreciate it. You're welcome to join us for the next session here, riveting 40-minute video.
I appreciate the invite, but I think I will bow out.
Okay, thank you for joining us. Thank you for your report.
All right.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we're going back in time to agenda item 12. So hand it over to you, Operations Manager Phil McFarland.
All right, thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. Again, this is Cole McFall, Operations Manager, CCDA. We're gonna have a little bit of a video presentation for you. I wanted to give you a little bit of background on the speakers. You're gonna hear from April Dawson. She's our Executive Director, of course. But you're also gonna hear from a participant by the name of Jan Garrett. And I'm gonna give you a little bit of background about Jan. She serves as the Deputy Director of ADA Programs for the Pacific ADA Center at the Public Health Institute. Prior to the Public Health Institute, she worked as a disability civil rights lawyer. She served as executive director of the Berkeley Center for Independent Living. She has over 25 years experience, and she has over 25 years experience in those positions. And in those positions, she provides guidance and training to Americans with Disabilities Act, provides training on the Americans with Disabilities Act for businesses, state and local governments, architects, and people with disabilities and others. So again, this is a snippet from the webinar that we had on October 2nd. And Presley, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and roll with the video.
I am getting that started right now.
Commission on Disability Access. California Commission on Disability Access, and this session is being recorded and will be posted on our social media channels. And I'm here with my co-presenter Jan Garrett of the Pacific ADA Center, and I want to welcome all of you to our webinar, ADA Opportunities for Small Businesses, Accessibility and Customer Service. We have a really informative lunch and learn for all of you today, and we do plan to have a question and answer session at the end. So we are going to hold questions at the end. And now I am going to popcorn over to Jan, who is going to go over some Zoom housekeeping and accessibility tips for us.
Great. Thank you, April. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. In Zoom, if you're comfortable, you can turn on your camera when you're speaking. I don't know if you'll be able, to do that, but I think you will be able to if we allow you to. And please keep your audio muted when you are not speaking. Please use the Q&A feature or to post questions. We are not using the chat feature because it's distracting for people who have vision disabilities and who use screen reading software. So to ask a question in the Q&A, select Q&A at the bottom of your screen. That should be an option for you in the Zoom menu. And then a box that's shown to the right on this slide should pop up. And you can input your questions in that box where it says type your question here through the webinar. And our Q&A session, as April mentioned, will be at the end of the presentation, but you can go ahead and put the questions in as they come to your mind, and then we will be taking them at the end of the session. So in terms of the viewing options for Zoom, in the upper right-hand corner, you can select View for Speaker or Gallery Views. That means you'll either see just the speaker or the whole gallery along with the slides. And you can also do standard side-by-side options. So during the PowerPoint View Options menu at the top of the screen, you can adjust the zoom ratio and other features. And you can also use the slider between the shared screen and the participants to slide it to your preference as far as how big you want the slides to be and how big you want the participants to be. And then our live captions are present today. Thank you to our captioner for being here. And you can turn on the captions by selecting the CC icon at the bottom of your screen again. It also will say show captions. And you can change the size of the captions as well by selecting the up arrow next to the CC button and choose the caption settings. You can also move your captions around by hovering over the captions and then dragging them to the preferred location on your screen. And then you would turn off captions by selecting, again, the CC icon and selecting hide captions on the menu bar. So I want to be able to tell you a little bit about what the Pacific ADA Center offers, and you'll hear from April a little bit more about what the CCDA offers. So Pacific ADA Center is one of 10 centers across the country that provides technical assistance by email and by phone on the ADA and other disability rights laws. We provide training. We've been doing a lot of Zoom training, as you might imagine, over the last few years, but we also are starting to do in-person training again. We do webinars. Right now, every other month, we are doing a webinar on healthcare and the ADA, and that is a free webinar that you're welcome to sign up for on our website. We also offer materials through our email and also through our website, and we will send you links to lots of different materials and other training opportunities, et cetera, that we have through the ADA National Network. We also typically offer one conference every year, usually in the late summer or early fall. And so you will be seeing information about that sometime at the beginning of next year.
Thank you, Jan. This is April. And I'll describe myself for accessibility modeling. I am a white woman with short grayish brown hair, and I'm wearing a black top with white striping. And I'm the executive director of the California Commission on Disability Access. We are a 17-member public commission that was formed in 2009, whose mission is to increase access across California through dialogue and collaboration with a variety of stakeholders, including but not limited to the disability, business, and all levels of government communities. So how do we live our mission? Well, we conduct small business education and outreach. We provide technical materials and trainings. We also do regional listening forums and webinars such as this one throughout the year. We track disability access litigation, and we create an annual report to the state legislature about our work and our data tracking.
Okay, so please excuse me for not describing myself earlier. I am a person with a lived experience of disability, although you really can't see that on the Zoom, but I am a getting older every day woman with gray hair and a black dress with blue Hawaiian flowers on it. And so I just wanted to let you know that I have a lived experience of disability. So not only is the ADA important to me from a professional standpoint, it's also important from a personal standpoint as well. So let me describe the different types of disabilities that may be covered or that you may encounter as you operate your business. So people have many types of disabilities, and not all of them are physical. Some disabilities are obvious and some are not obvious. And people with disabilities are more likely to experience a lack of services and accessibility. And that's one of the reasons why we're doing this webinar and why we exist and why CCDA exists. But also you should know that people with disabilities have $21 billion annually in discretionary income to spend. So not only do they have that income, but all of their friends who really had a great experience in using your business will come and spend their discretionary income as well. So even though people with disabilities may experience a lot of discrimination, you can make sure they have a great experience at your business and make sure they come and spend their income with you.
Thank you, Jan. This is April. It's important to know that disability and the disability community is not a monolith. People with disabilities aren't just a singular group sort of off to the side. We're a part of the fabric of every community. We're a member of all races and ethnicities, all gender identities, all ages, and all national origins. And A common phrase is that disability is the only minority you can join, and that's okay. Disability is a natural part of the human experience and can happen to anyone at any time. And as we get older, many of us will acquire disabilities as well. So if you think about the work that you do in your community, if you're focused on, racial justice or LGBTQI+ rights, or if you're a small business owner who wants to recruit a diverse population to work with you or to make sure you're serving them properly, just remember that even if you are not specifically targeting people with disabilities in your mission, you are serving people with disabilities. People with disabilities are your customers.
Thank you, April. And this is Jan. So when you do encounter people with disabilities as part of the whole diversity, equity, and inclusion space, make sure that you use inclusive and respectful language. So we often talk about using people first. So examples would be a person who is blind or people who use wheelchairs. But a person is not their disability. So don't call somebody retarded or a quadriplegic or an epileptic. They are a person. Emphasize their ability rather than their limitations. And also understand that while disability may be difficult at times, it is not a tragedy or a challenge to overcome. We live with our disabilities day in and day out. And if the world is more accessible to us, then it's actually just part of our identity and something that we move through the world with our identity. So make sure that you understand that it's not a tragedy for us.
Thank you, Jan. This is April. So here are a couple other terms to avoid. You want to avoid using terms like wheelchair bound, special needs, differently abled, physically challenged, inspirational. Those all sort of go back to what Jan was talking about, that people with disabilities are people and not their disabilities. And a lot of these terms, though may be well-intentioned, take away from that, and also can be offensive. It's important to know that some people don't even like people first language. There are a lot of people in the neurodivergent community who really claim disability. They say, I am a disabled person, or I am an autistic person. And they say that because they're proud of who they are, and they don't want to apologize for having a disability. They acknowledge that disability isn't the only part of who they are, but that it's important to them. And they want their needs known and met in the community. And we recommend that as a business owner, ask their name, ask people's names, get to know your customers, get to know how they want to be referred to. And if you're not sure, just ask.
And I would just say that even people with disabilities beyond the neurodiverse community as well, many people have disability pride about their disability, and that can be from all different types of disabilities. And then one quick comment about when people call me inspirational just for doing everyday activities, and this is Jan speaking, by the way, that when they call me inspirational, I say, that's great. What did I inspire you to do? How did I inspire you to make things better for the disability community? And so that's one way you can think of to respond when people may call you inspirational. So when somebody with a disability comes in to your business or your nonprofit organization or your state or local government agency, people with disabilities will generally ask when they need assistance. It's fine if it looks like somebody may need assistance to say, may I assist you, or may I help you? And then if the person says yes, ask how. How may I help you? How may I assist you? Because you may not really understand how, even though you think you understand, the person will be able to tell you much better how is best to assist them. And so always ask if it's a yes answer, then say, how may I assist you? But then if the person does not want your assistance, don't be offended by that. There are times when it may look like to somebody that I'm struggling, like to pull my cell phone out of my pocket on the back of my wheelchair, for example. But it may be really important that I be able to do that independently, because I may need to do it when no one else is around. And so that's really important, that if somebody says, oh, no, thanks, I got it, don't be offended by that. It's okay. So you asked, you did the right thing. And if they say no, they say no, and you can move on.
Jan, this is April. And just to model accessibility, the reason why Jan and I are saying our names before each slide is because people with many different types of disabilities may have trouble tracking who is speaking. They may not be able to see the speaker, or it may just be better for them for a variety of reasons to be able to, be included in this presentation by being able to track who is speaking. So this is April. Many of you may have heard of the Americans with Disabilities Act. It was just a few months ago that we had our ADA anniversary that we celebrated at our CCDA meeting. The Americans with Disabilities Act is considered the major civil rights law for people with disabilities, and it was signed by President George H.W. Bush on July 26, 1990, and it protects people with disabilities from discrimination, promotes integration, and provides equal opportunity. And the goal is the full inclusion of people with disabilities in all aspects of American society. And Jan is going to drill a little bit deeper into the titles of the ADA and talk a little bit more about the law.
And this is Jan speaking. And this picture on this slide does show President George H.W. Bush surrounded by the disability advocates on the White House lawn as he's signing the ADA into law. This is Jan again. So this year, because we know the ADA was signed into law in 1990, this year we are celebrating 33 years of the ADA. So as April said, happy anniversary ADA. And because the ADA has been around for 33 years, we should definitely know about how to comply with it and know what it requires for us, so that we can move forward and be able to comply with this really major, important civil rights law.
Thanks, Jan. This is April. So now that we've given you a grounding in inclusive language, talked a little bit about, groundbreaking civil rights laws, and talked a little bit about ourselves, let's talk about what is disability. How does the ADA define disability? Well, disability is defined very broadly under the Americans with Disabilities Act. It can include things like physical disabilities, developmental, psychiatric, cognitive, intellectual, learning, vision, hearing, speech, addiction if you're in recovery, and health disabilities. There's no all-inclusive list. And many people don't know that they fit under the definition of disability. One quick fact is that it's important to note that according to the CDC, 1 in 4 Americans have a disability.
This is Jan speaking. Yeah, so the issue is that even if you don't consider yourself to have a disability, it is quite likely that you know 1 or more people with disabilities in your life. So what is a disability as far as what the ADA says? As April was saying, it's defined very broadly under the ADA. There's no sort of all-inclusive list. And it does include all those different physical, developmental, psychiatric, cognitive, intellectual, learning, vision, hearing, speech, and all kinds of I think this is actually the same slide. There we go. Back to the title. Sorry. And so as April was saying, that who is covered under the Americans with Disabilities Act, but this is what the ADA actually covers in terms of the titles. So Title I is employment, and that covers everything from recruiting people with disabilities to hiring to the on-the-job process. And we will, I think, be covering in some future webinars employment and the ADA. So stand by and stay tuned for that. Also, Title II covers what are called public entities. Part A of Title II covers state and local governments. Part B covers public transportation. So the buses and the light rail systems that are operated by government entities are covered under Title II. Also, Amtrak is covered under Title II. Title III, which most of you will be that are on the call today, although we realize that maybe many of you are coming from a variety of different places. Most of you are probably businesses or private nonprofit organizations. And if you are covered under ADA Title III for public accommodations, which means private businesses and nonprofits that are open to the public. And so that's almost everything that you can think of, from grocery stores to nail salons to doctor's offices. All of those places are privately owned and are open to the public. And so they are called public accommodations. Title IV is telecommunications, which mostly deals with how people who are have hearing disabilities and/or speech disabilities can communicate by phone with others, and that they can access the 911 systems for emergency calling. And then Title V is miscellaneous. It contains a lot of different provisions, but it includes sections that say that you cannot retaliate against somebody for asserting their rights under the ADA.
Thank you, Jan. So let's talk a little bit about what Title III covers. This is April, related to small businesses serving the public. So the ADA as Title III, as Jan was saying, covers places of public accommodation open to the public, which includes social service organizations, retail stores, and restaurants. And it's important to note that it includes all types of private businesses and nonprofit organizations, no matter how many employees they have.
This is Jan speaking. So one of the obligations of both Title II, state and local governments, and Title III, public accommodations, is effective communication for people who have communication disabilities. So you must provide effective communication to people with hearing, vision, and/or speech disabilities. And we'll learn more in a moment about what that means. What does effective communication mean, and how do you provide it to people with communication-related disabilities?
And on this slide, if you could go back one, there's a visual. There are two Black women, and they're both speaking to each other in sign language. Thank you. This is April. So now that Jan has given us a definition of what effective communication means under the ADA, let's talk about some examples of what effective communication might look like for your customers who have a variety of disabilities. So let's talk about what effective communication looks like for people with vision disabilities. They may need information about your business in alternative formats, and those might include electronic, large print, or braille. You want to make sure that your website is accessible to screen readers. And there's something called qualified readers that are used to convey technical information. So a qualified reader is someone who, let's just use an example. Let's say that you're a land developer and you're creating a new venue, and someone wants to learn more about it, and you produce a technical document about that venue. You would have a qualified reader who understands some of the land developer jargon to read that to the person so that they can convey the right tone and word choice and correct pronunciation. But let's say you're a restaurant owner and the customer comes in and they just want help reading a menu. You don't need the chef to come out to read the menu. You don't need a qualified reader to do that. The server or someone else could be the person who helps them read the menu and things of that nature that are non-technical.
And this is Jan speaking. If we go back one quickly, but there is a photograph of somebody reading a Braille document with their finger on the Braille dots. So this is Jan again. So communication for people who have hearing disabilities can take a variety of forms. And this picture is actually showing somebody communicating in sign language with somebody on a laptop on the other side, likely a relay service operator. So for hearing disabilities, you might actually communicate with people with in-person sign language interpreters or with video remote interpreting, where the interpreters are actually remote, but you can see them and they can see the deaf person as well through a tablet and using the tablet's camera. And so those are options for sign language interpreters. And it depends kind of on your situation about whether video remote interpreting is really more important and appropriate to use, or whether in-person sign language interpreters would really be needed in a particular situation. Also, there are people who may not know American Sign Language because they did not grow up knowing American Sign Language. Maybe they lost their hearing later in life. And for those folks, they typically need real-time captioning, like we're offering, for example, on the webinar today. And that's where you type into a stenography type of machine so that you can get all the words very quickly and people can be able to read on a screen what's being said back and forth. Also for the relay service, which exists through the telephone service that we all pay for through our phone bills. And you can dial 711 and be able to get to a relay operator who can help someone who has a hearing or even a speech disability be able to make a phone call to someone else that does not have a video phone or another ability to talk with that person who has a hearing or a speech disability. Also, you can write notes back and forth or text back and forth for simple, brief conversations, like, how much is that candy bar? It's $1.50. Boy, inflation. That is something that you can do with a brief note back and forth. But any kind of more complex, more lengthy communication needs to really use the type of communication that the person finds effective for them.
Thank you, Jan. This is April. To the right, there is a photograph of a woman in a black and white wheelchair. She's wearing a green shirt and she's trying to open a really heavy door. And that illustrates that she's really struggling with that door because that business may not have thought about what accessibility might look like for people with mobility disabilities. I myself am a wheelchair user who loves to go to restaurants and bars with my friends. And so accessibility for those businesses is really important to me. It's really important when you're thinking about accessibility for people with mobility disabilities that you think about things like accessible parking, no step entrances with wide, easy open doors, and also try to think about the opening force of the door. Imagine if, as this picture illustrates to the right, somebody who is sitting lower to the ground and who may not have use of their limbs or have limited use of their limbs trying to grab a really heavy door and swing their wheelchair through it. It's important to note that door opening force needs to be 5 pounds or less in California. Also think about your interior accessible paths of travel. I can't tell you how many times I go to businesses, and sometimes, I'm trying to go use the bathroom. So I'm thinking about leaving my table to use the bathroom, then to come back and pay and then head out. Those are all examples of interior accessible paths. And let's say I try to go to the bathroom, but there's like high chairs in the way, or I go into the bathroom. And let's talk a little bit about accessible restrooms. It's important to know that restrooms have to be accessible. So one common error that I often see is the toilet paper rack sometimes is right above the grab bar, and so I'm not able to transfer to the toilet, which may mean that I may have to leave my friends early and go home and go to the bathroom, which is really embarrassing for me and your other customers. You also want to remember to keep your counters and bars accessible by offering a lowered portion of such counter or bar. Make sure that there's an accessible way for people to order or sit and have a drink with their friends. Sometimes one thing I've seen in my travels is I see that sometimes places that have bars will use their accessible bar area as a place to store things or to conduct point of sale transactions. And so then it ceases to become the accessible area, which means that my friends and I can't can't come and have a drink at your bar, and you're losing out on a customer who's going to spend money there.
And this is Jan speaking. Also, as April was talking about, in terms of keeping everything accessible, make sure that you're not storing the extra toilet paper in the wheelchair accessible stall of your restroom as well. So keep everything, once you have those accessible features, like that area next to your parking space, like the accessible restroom, keep those clear and maintain your accessible features. That's really important. So now we're going to talk a little bit about service animals. So service animals are dogs as they're defined under the ADA, and those dogs must be trained to do one or more physical tasks for their handlers. The handler's disability does not have to be physical, but the dog's task does have to be physical. They have to do something physical for their handler. Emotional support or comfort is not a task. And therefore, if somebody has an emotional support animal with them, that may be a very important animal for them, and they may really need that. But emotional support animals are not allowed in public places that have a no pet policy. Whereas service animals, you have to modify that no pet policy to allow a service animal. So not only does that have to be a dog that does one or more physical tasks for its handler, it also has to be under control. It has to be housebroken, well behaved, so not barking or growling or running around. It needs to be on a leash or tether or under strict voice control if the handler cannot handle that leash or tether. And one little caveat here, even though the definition of service animal is a dog, the regulations in the ADA say miniature horses may need to be allowed. And we're talking really small horses that are the size of a large dog. And those may be used by some people with disabilities because they live longer and their training can last a lot longer than a dog. So just know that occasionally you may see a miniature horse in addition to a dog, but that's the only animals you should be seeing as service animals.
And to the right, the lower right-hand corner, you see a really cute, you see a miniature horse that is wearing tennis shoes, and it says assistance animal in training, and it looks like they're providing a guide service. They have a harness on. You can't really see the person, but it appears that they may have a vision disability. And then there's 3 service dogs, 2 tan and 1 black, with vests on in the corner. This is April. One question that I get from a lot of business owners is what can I ask if I am unsure if a customer's animal is a legitimate service animal? What questions may I ask? Well, the law allows 2 questions that the government or businesses can ask. Number 1 is the animal required because of a disability? If the disability is obvious, please don't ask that question because there's no need to, because then that becomes more intrusive. Also, the second question you're allowed to ask is what work or tasks has the animal been trained to perform? But it's important to know that that animal is not there for your amusement. They're working. So please don't ask the handler invasive questions about their disability. Really don't ask them anything about their disability, and do not ask them to see the tasks that are being performed. You may actually harm that handler service animal relationship by asking to have the animal demonstrate a task that they're not ready to perform. For example, they may be trained to, detect low blood sugar levels in someone who's diabetic. And if you ask them to try to perform that task, I don't know how you would do that, but it would, if the person doesn't have low blood sugar, the dog wouldn't be able to perform that task. Also, you may notice that there's a lot of companies that advertise that, we can sell you a vest that says your dog is a service animal and stuff like that, but, or they can print you a certificate. It's important to note that those certificates and badges are not worth the paper or cloth that they're printed on, they don't require under the ADA, service animals are not required to wear such identification, and you're not allowed to ask for that. You're only allowed to ask those 2 questions.
And this is Jan speaking to kind of reinforce what April was saying. Also to note that service animals, handlers can train their own animals. They do not have to actually take them to a professional training service. That's one of the reasons why you're not allowed to ask for certificates, because if you train the animal yourself, you don't have a certificate to show someone. Also, those professional training nonprofits usually are expensive to actually train the animal, and they have a long waiting list. So the Department of Justice that enforces the ADA said people with disabilities that are handlers can train their own animals. Also, you need to know that service animals in training are allowed under California state law. The ADA doesn't discuss service animals in training, but California law does allow service animals in training. So somebody may come in with an animal and says, this is a service animal in training, and you need to allow it to come in. Also, as April was saying, there's no certificates, vests, ID cards, anything like that that are necessary to prove an animal is a service animal. Simply ask the 2 questions, and if the handler answers them, and they are required to answer them, then don't ask for proof. And then you can also just make sure that that service animal is under control as well. You do have the right to ask that they be under control.
Thank you, Jan. This is April. So all of us on this call today have the ability to increase access in our businesses and in our communities for ourselves and others. Access starts with me, and it starts with you. So it's really important as a business owner that you need to plan for the accessibility of your business. You need to make sure that you're designating a responsible staff person. Often those people are called site ADA coordinators, but they don't have to be. That person could be tasked with things like creating checklists, duty sheets, etc. You should be thinking about the types of notifications you want in your business, like post service animals are allowed notifications outside your door or by the counter, so that people know that you're complying with the ADA and that service animals are allowed at your business. Also consider additional signage. You know, is there signage that could help clarify the path of travel to certain key components of your business? You also want to evaluate facilities for future uses. So if you're a nonprofit and you have a board, or if you're a small business and have some ownership groups and you have meetings and you're thinking about strategically, you know, let's say you're a restaurant and you want to offer an axe throwing service or something like that. You know, I've seen those pop up. Think about how you are going to plan for access as you grow your business and change your strategy around your business model. Also, you also want to make sure that you realize that accessibility sometimes does have a cost to it. Often it is, most accommodations are not very expensive, but some can be. And so you want to budget for facility and communication access. Make sure that as you're planning your budget for your business and you're getting your revenue and looking at your spreadsheets, that you're not forgetting to budget for the access that we've talked about today that you may need to do. Also, it's important to note that many municipalities, as well as the federal and state governments, may have grants available for ADA remediations, and that's one of the things that CCDA can explain to you if you give us a call. And it's just really important to remember that no matter who you are, whether you are the owner of a business, an employee, or a customer, all of us, if we realize that access starts with us, can make sure that businesses are compliant and accessible for people with disabilities.
This is Jan speaking, and if you budget for those costs, like removing barriers at your business, like providing sign language interpreters if you need that, then you're not surprised by it and you're able to provide it if someone asks. So that's why it's so important to budget for those items. So, and it looks like this is Jan speaking again. It looks like we are at the time for questions.
Okay. So, thanks for sharing that video. Are there any comments on the video from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Hi, this is Commissioner El Hassan. I'm sorry for being late. I wanted to ask, is there a way that we can direct, is it going to be online that we can direct chambers or small businesses so they can view it?
Yes. Yes, on our website, they can view that, they can view the video.
So I can, if I get a question, I can direct them to our website and they can view the video.
Oh, sorry. It's on the resources tab on our website. So if you direct them, sorry, I should have been clear. On the resources tab on our website, they can go and they can view that information, or they can look at the video.
Okay, because I am being asked by local businesses regarding that, so thank you.
So this is True Commissioner Downey. You could go to the resources list, grab the link, and then send that directly to them if that's their specific ask, just to make it easy. We want to make it easy for them.
This is Commissioner Profaca.
Exactly.
I attended that event and I thought it was excellent. At the end of the presentation, there was a long Q&A. And a lot of those questions were very pertinent. Is the Q&A available on the website as well?
Yes, all in its entirety. The thing should be there.
Yes, and this is Commissioner Ramirez. Also, it was very engaging, very informative, and so definitely would like to see the Q&A section. And I think one of the things that really comes out over and over for a lot of folks is budgeting. Not just pointing out about accessibility accommodations, needs and requirements, but budgeting for those sorts of accommodations. And it really highlights the disparity that the disability community has. That is one of equity. When populations have been integrated or granted more access to community, that has often been one of the excuses or barriers that we have seen. We saw it earlier on when integrating communities of color. We saw it when we're integrating women, and there were discussions like, where are we going to get the budget for the extra bathrooms? Those sort of conversations. And now people with disabilities we are themselves a protected civil rights class, and one now that has been designated as a health disparity population, still face that sort of thing. It's like, where is the money going to come for that? And it's a legitimate one. And I think, we hold our business partners more accountable sometimes than we do in perhaps the public sector. Because in the public sector, that's still the same kind of discussion that comes along the way. Where's that money going to come from? But yeah, this is a very thought-provoking presentation. Again, so you just, I hope everybody's okay. Definitely looking forward to learning more about this great presentation.
If there are no further comments from members of the commission joining us virtually, are there any more for members of the commission here in person? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the public joining us virtually on this agenda item?
Sure, Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Okay, thank you. And are there any members of the public here with us in person that would like to comment on this agenda item?
Sure, Commissioner Downey, there is no indication.
Okay, thank you. That will move on to, I think we're at agenda item 14, unless I've missed something here. Okay, good. So so that item is about our CCDA outreach. And for that, doing his best, April, impersonation, we're back with Operations Manager Phil McFall.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey, and my apologies, I didn't describe myself. I am a black man with no hair. And a little bit of facial hair. So I wanted to talk to you today about CCDA outreach in this agenda item. A couple different things. So earlier we talked a little bit about Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund, and this is something that we are again we've developed a quick reference guide to outline kind of what this program is, and in 2024, what we are looking to do is take that information and we're looking to get it out to the masses. So we have a few different, and actually I wanted to actually have a discussion about this as well, but the Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund is something that we talked about a little bit earlier, and that we have indicated needs to be moved forward quickly, because as Commissioner Helston said, you know, Long Beach and there's some other cities have no idea what they have. So maybe we can talk about that, ways that we think would be most effective. We've already come up with a few different that have been discussed. I believe in the education and outreach meeting, we talked a little bit about ways to distribute this information, but maybe as a group here, we can have a little bit of discussion around that. We'll come back to that. I'm sorry, I'll come back to that in just a moment. But additionally, I wanted to call attention to the partnership that we do now currently have with San Jose. We've done a couple different things with them. We have the listening forum that we did in August, the one that we talked about a little bit earlier, as well as the October 2nd webinar, which we all were just able to view. So we want to continue to work with San Jose. That's something we want to do. We actually are in the process of developing another webinar with San Jose. We were scheduled to have it go down next week, but a couple of last minute changes, we had to put that on hold, but that should be coming maybe late November, early December. So stay tuned for that. Really what we want to do, like I said, continue with listing forums and webinars in 2024. The distribution of the toolkits, the accessible parking campaign that we worked really hard on, is going to be coming to fruition. I mean, it has come to fruition. We had last couple things. People need to take a look at it, and then we will have that available and out for the public. But I guess the point of discussion today would be what would we as a group also want to see done, especially with the Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund, as well as the continued work with listening forums. And earlier when we talked about the calendar, these are some of the things that we were planning on for the first quarter of 2024. So I know we have some listening forums in the works for places like Monterey, and my other one escapes me right.
Sunnyvale.
Sunnyvale, okay. So there are some things that are coming in the first quarter regarding that. Any suggestions, any sort of, and again, I want to open this up to the commission here and abroad. What are some ideas you have around, especially, like I said, the Disability Access and Education Revolving Fund, and are there any other partnerships that we need to be looking into? What are some other ideas that you might have in addition to the ones we have already?
Comment. This is Commissioner Profaca. I would think that on an annual basis, there's a business license that often is required by businesses. They pay for that license and then they get the license. Has there been any consideration to having these resources identified in a brochure and sent along with those licenses? To say we have possible funds available in these areas, this is the kind of technical assistance we can provide. And it doesn't have to be all the information, but at least one small document that says, here's where you can access this information.
That's a great suggestion, and we have not.
Commissioner Claire.
Okay.
So when they do collect the fee, there is a notice that goes out with that fee.
Okay.
So there's a law. Now, I'm not sure how detailed it is, but it does say that you are being assessed a $1 fee for your permit or your business license. That's for the DERF funds. I think that's a great idea. I do know that there is a notice that goes out. I don't know how detailed it is. So I think it would be good to research that to see if we can expand that. There's a variety of laws as well. At the building department, they're required to issue a notice to everyone who applies for a permit that lets them know they are reviewed for the CDC, but responsibility under the ADA, civil rights law, that's theirs. And that their permit may not cover everything like service animals, everything that the civil rights, the ADA might cover. So they are required to have that notice. So I think there's a lot of that information in pieces. And I think what might be good, like you said, is somewhere where there's a repository, whether it's on the CCDA or not, that starts to create a compendium of that information in an accessible way, right? That it's, I know that we have a lot of information on under the resources tab, but I think it's really just, I think what would be good, sorry, is creating some kind of business manual or all, not waiting till it's entirely complete, but that our communications are structured in a way that they're all in one location to say check back for updates, but here's a good start because a lot of business compliance really should extend to these reminders about the clear restrooms and not to put things in clear floor spaces, training your staff, right? Just because you own the business, but if your staff discriminates, they're going to sue you. And so like having some kind of training program for your staff that's like a module that can happen and have all these little pieces kind of in one location where they can access it.
Like an ongoing like repository, but just ongoing updates to.
Yeah, and structured in a way where it's kind of an outline and it's pieced in, like, operating your business, physical accessibility,
that makes sense, yeah.
working with individuals with disabilities, then you're sliding things as they get developed in that. And what you're promoting is those resources.
Yeah, I know we had tried to start doing something like that and it wasn't necessarily completely organized the best. So I think taking that and organizing it in a, like you said, in an outline form or something would be absolutely. So we are making note of that. Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Profaca.
Commissioner Shapiro, building actually off of Commissioner Profaca's idea, we know that Senate Bill 748, Roth's bill about providing additional information at the time of the licensing, did pass the legislature this last session. And it calls for a document to be included when bills are, when the business licenses are issued, discussing the penalties of failing to conform and including information on how to obtain a CAS inspection. I imagine, I could be wrong, I'm happy to be corrected, that at the time the bill passed, they didn't necessarily have the form done and ready to go. Maybe this would be an opportunity for us to partner with whomever from either Senator Roth's office or from the Senate counsel's office who's going to be putting together this information that will be required under the bill that's already passed. Perhaps it would be an opportunity for us to partner, and instead of simply including the information on how to obtain a CASP and that there's penalties, maybe that would be somewhere we could add links or resource notations for some of the things we have available. And this piece of paper is already mandated to go in all the packets. So maybe we could add some links and resource information while they're putting together the form that will satisfy Senate Bill 748.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. This is exactly the feedback we need. Okay. Go ahead.
This is Abigail, CCDA legislative analyst. I'd like to say though, on the Senator Roth bill, it does have CCDA directed if they need any assistance for legal obligations. So we are specified in the handout, but it's only for the nuance of saying about legal help, but then we can also help with other resources and directing as well.
Thank you. This is Commissioner Shapiro again. The other thing I was wondering if we've done or can do is, so for example, we have the video we just watched, which was from a webinar, and I'm assuming the participants understood they were being recorded and that piece might be used again. Is there some way available to us that would conform with whatever our requirements are where we could have something like that. I don't know if it, I don't know that YouTube is the right mechanism, but there are many public forums for posting informational videos and having those indexed so that if a person is looking for information on a particular topic through keywords and indexing, they can find that. Has there been any thought as we have these webinars and we've recorded these materials of creating, I don't know that it would be a YouTube channel, but whatever happens, so that when people do online searches and they're trying to find information, they can find things like that video?
Sure. This is Phil McFall, Operations Manager. There has been thought, there has been attempts. We need to go back. There's a few things with the website we need to go into and adjust. And to answer your question, yes, there has been thought put to it, but it just hasn't been executed at this point. So we do have, I think what's missing to me, and this is just, from what I'm seeing and what I feel like we need to adjust is just a little bit more of the organization of some of the materials, because a lot of the things that are being mentioned, we do have, and we do have access to on our site, and it's just, we haven't gone in and actually categorized it in a way that I think is that's something that we have been working on. I will say that my staff has been working to try and make that happen. We just haven't gotten there to the point where I think we're completely clean and good. But I do also think that there could be more attention. There could be more stuff that could be added.
Thank you. Again, this is Commissioner Shapiro. I just would like to make sure that we perhaps go beyond just having it on our website. Right. And perhaps look at what public channels might be available, because someone might not be able to find, the link to our website might be.
You're talking about like YouTube, that type of
thing? Something that's a more public and regularly accessible by the public that doesn't require going to our website. I'm just trying to think of how social media is used in today's world.
Yeah. And
we want to try to reach a broader audience. Again, I'm sure there's 100 waivers and disclaimers that have to go on the thing. But just to think outside of just our website, just to get the idea on the table.
Right. We've looked into the social, to the YouTube, and one of I won't say it's a challenge, but with working with DGS being our under the umbrella of DGS, I won't say we're trying to think of the right way to say this. We have to be, we don't have like the freedom of autonomy to really use things like, the Instagram, I sound old right now, Twitter, X, whatever it is,
formerly known as Twitter.
Yes. YouTube, go ahead, Abby, if you wanted to.
Oh, exactly what you're saying. So since we're under DGS, we have to go through their public affairs in order for us to put the webinars or anything onto YouTube. So the webinar is available on YouTube, but it is under the DGS's channel. And we're actually working with DGS to start a pilot program to see if we can be able to have our own social media channels. But for right now, the webinar is available on YouTube, but it's under the DGS's channel. And they have other, I believe, like DSA videos as well under there.
Yeah, so we're trying to do, like she was saying.
I appreciate that. I'm just hoping maybe, again, with different indexing or keywords, we want people to get it. We want them to put in a search for, what do I have to do with service animals, for example? And we want them to get our hit.
Hit us. Okay.
Hit our good information instead of some of the information that is out there that might be of questionable veracity.
Commissioner Gilbert, I am I'm a little concerned with YouTube and things like that. I think we need to be organized in-house first. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm hearing that we do have our own resources on our own web page. And I think there's some concern about that. So I think until we have our house in order, before we start going outside, we need to do that first. And then we can look at how we can maybe partner with other people or other type of channels. I don't think we're there yet, personally.
It's something we need to more attention to. Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
Just a couple things.
I think it's important to drive our, like Commissioner Shapiro said, the important information to reliable information, and also not to recreate what might be already out there. And so to have effective links to ada.gov, Jan's organization, Pacific ADA Center, because they are the regional arm for the ADA, so that the more that we even like provide links on our website to these reputable sources, that improves the search results. And that our information also deals, that we create specifically deals with California specific information. Because at the federal level, that information's out there by the federal entities. We just have to link to them instead of recreate them, and try to focus our work on California specific benefits, legal benefits, resources, laws, statutes, so that they get that credible information from us. And so maybe doing, talking to Jan and getting some reputable links for the federal stuff to beef up, like you said, our resources page, which then can provide credible links, but then focus our information on
California specific.
winding it down into California specific, and having us be the resource for the California perspective or legal realm, CAST, all that stuff that's California specific.
Absolutely. Okay, absolutely. Any other comments, questions?
This is Leslie. I want to let you know that Commissioner Leon Vasquez does have her hand raised.
Yes, hi, this is Commissioner Ashley Leon Vasquez. I wanted to comment on the topic about the business licenses, getting those from the city. I live in the city of Paramount specifically, and my business is in the city of Paramount. I'm an entrepreneur and I work in the restaurant service industry. And from what I remember in opening up my shops is most of my awareness of the ADA compliances actually came from the public health department, specifically the plan check program. And that's a certain stage in the whole process of opening up the business. It's even before we get to the city. So I haven't applied for a business license. I mean, I've applied for a few of them, but I haven't done it in the recent probably 4 years. So I can't really remember exactly the process, but I do remember getting a lot of my information and awareness, and also the checklist of what actually, what the minimum requirements were from the plan check program from the public health department. So I just wanted to comment on that. Not sure if that helps at all, but maybe another sector that we can kind of infiltrate with more information if anybody's interested in going above and beyond. I've always been interested in going above and beyond in my restaurant because my sister is physically disabled. So I've always been very aware of those kind of abilities, and making sure, making the shop comfortable for her and also making it comfortable for our guests from that community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vasquez. This is Chair Commissioner Downey. That's why we love having you on this commission. You're very much sort of in that zone of really very significant sort of subject of our concerns and groups we're supposed to be connecting with and helping as small businesses. So I think that's having your perspective on this commission and bringing that to our attention. Never would have thought. Public health. That's a place we should go.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So thanks for sharing that. Any other comments from members of the commission joining us virtually?
Chair Commissioner Downey, Commissioner Jackson has her hand raised.
I sit on our mayor's committee on accessibility access board. And so I want to bring this information to them when we were the second largest city in the state of California to see if they have this information and how they're distributing it and things of that nature. So I don't know what type of outreach that, that we do, but it's okay to do that, correct?
As far as, oh, sorry, go ahead.
As far as having them to ask them questions about what we're doing and with accessibility and things of that nature, and if they're on target with the businesses that are forming in San Diego, letting them know about what's required and what's available.
Yes, to answer the question, yes, it is okay to, anything, any of our resources, anything that we're doing, and, actually we need to be good about getting that information out to the public. So yes, anybody, all the commissioners, and I think you all do already, anytime we have a resource that might be, helpful or available, for any business or any person, really, absolutely feel free to share anything we do.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments from members of the commission, virtually or in person?
Chair Commissioner Daddy, there appears to be no indication.
Thank you. Are there any?
Chair Commissioner Daddy, we do have Commissioner Ramirez with their hand raised.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ramirez?
Yes, definitely want to just to add to the previous recommendation, just highlighting the big changes in leadership throughout the state and the counties and the cities and their new disability bodies, and as a possible idea for networking, really reconnecting with all of those bodies. Similarly, I serve on the LA County Commission on Disabilities, and we have a brand new membership, and definitely finding out the leadership and the work that's happening at the state level. It can be just as important in guiding those efforts. So that just seemed like a really great idea. So I wanted to uplift it as well.
Commissioner Claire.
Sorry, one more suggestion. 3 entities that if we target and partner with can have a greater reverberation, I guess I should say, of success is League of California Cities, California Association of Counties, and California Building Officials, as 3 entities that are the professional organization of cities, counties, and planning departments or building departments. Trying to get some kind of cost collaboration where they link to us, we link to them for resources, and then they also can promote at their events, the annual Calbo business meeting, and saying what we have available, as well as, I don't know if League of Cities or California Association of Counties has any of those conferences, maybe they do, but connecting with those groups because they cast a wider net when we can partner with and target.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Commissioner Claire. Continuing along those lines, obviously the Small Business Administration, and we used to partner a lot with the Small Business Commission in San Francisco, but I think reaching out to more of those groups. But I think also the contact that Executive Director April Dawson recently made with SCORE. I'm still intrigued by this 700 across the state. Basically, got to think the majority of small businesses wishing to form a business across the state. They're going to be going to the SCORE. They're going to get on the mailing list from SCORE. You're going to get emails regularly. It'd be really great to partner with them to see what resources they have. Making sure we're linked to their as a resource, but really partnering with them to see how we can address the needs that they've got to be hearing about, and hopefully sharing proactively with new potential small businesses in their catchment areas.
Absolutely, that's great advice. Thank you.
Is Commissioner Shapiro, building on what Commissioner Claire was just talking about, I know that many cities have a director of accessibility or accessibility services department of some kind. I'm just going to throw a crazy spitball idea out there. Would it be possible maybe that we could use some of the funds we have to host a roundtable forum and invite the directors, officers of these different cities and counties to come and share ideas, avoid inventing the wheel. Maybe one city doesn't know what another city is doing. And if we were to sponsor a roundtable where we invited these officials from all these different cities to come and share their ideas, to put together panels of cities that are being successful and what efforts they're making, maybe we could help germinate those ideas to spread around the state. Because that's a level at which I don't think people get brought together as much. The people who are in the League of Cities and those folk, I don't know that those are necessarily the accessibility and outreach officers in the state. So I'm just gonna throw that out there as.
That's really similar. Sorry, this is Operations Manager Phil McFall. That's really similar to what we had talked about doing with DARF, going out to different cities around California, talking about the program, but inviting local people to come and speak at the events as well. So these are great ideas, and some are great. Some of them we are actually really thinking about doing and implementing in our next round of outreach. So
Commissioner Shapiro, I know we've talked about going to them. I'm just wondering if there might be
Yeah,
value in bringing them.
all come to
together-
Sacramento or
together. Well, wherever.
Right. Yeah.
Just a crazy idea.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Profaca, what's clear to me is that there's so much expertise around the resources that are available and the different avenues and the different links that are possible. What's less clear to me is how to coordinate all of that information. And, we heard YouTube and we heard the different links, and it seems as though there may be expertise in a different arena, in the technical arena, around computer, how to link this information to get it out. So whether or not when I go to Siri and I say, tell me about, accessible, such that things pop up. And exactly where that expertise is, I don't know, but I would think that it's beyond us and it's in the technical realm somewhere.
I 1000% agree. I don't want to go too far back, but we did have someone in the past, a previous director, say that we thought actually about hiring a consultant to do just that, because the technical expertise isn't here as far as staffing. We can get by, we can figure things out, but we don't have anybody. And we wouldn't bring somebody on. Sorry, this is Operations Manager Phil McFall. We wouldn't bring someone on, hire a new employee to do that, but I think possibly working in the consultant arena, that could be something we can do.
Commissioner Profaca, again, I'm even wondering if the universities can help us in any way. The IT programs and the programming programs and like that.
Commissioner Claire, I know that our website is DGS based and we have to go through public affairs. You might want to put that through to Monica, because normally website development, you can actually write the key phrases to drive traffic to your website.
Oh, they can do it.
And it's like a Google generated thing because of the search engine. I don't know how that works for a state of California website, which we have, and that's a little limited in the sense of what might be done, but I would start there to see if there's anything that they can do with their website provider and what we can do to start identifying those keywords and start generating traffic to the website through those search targets.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I know, this is Abigail, CCDA legislative analyst. Our staff member, Presley Strother, she has been working on reorganizing, doing exactly what you're saying, and working also with DGS to figure out how we can make all the tags for our resources be the #1 hits as well on the website. So it's in the works, but it's taking a little time.
Good. Well, that's been a very robust conversation, but I'm curious at this point if we have any comments from members of the public. Any members of the public joining us virtually, any comments on this agenda item?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Okay, I'll turn to those that might have shown up here in the room. Is there any members of the public here with us in person that would like to comment on this agenda item?
There is no indication in the room, Commissioner Downey.
All right, so not to cut this rich conversation short, if we've got enough feedback to work on,
Yes.
Thank you, Jim. We'll be, let's move on then to, agenda item 15. And so that's, that agenda item is equity and CCDA. Okay, if you had a chance to catch your breath and set Operations Manager Phil McFall.
Yes, thank you. And I'm probably going to pass this one again back to you. This is another one. Again, sorry, Operations Manager Phil McFall. Executive Director April Dawson wanted to be involved with this one as well. She's working with Commissioner Ramirez to put together a presentation around equity and CCDA, but she wanted to be involved in that. So she asked that if we could please table this one as well. And take this on at the next full commission.
Okay. Okay, with that then, we'll move on to agenda item 16. And that is regarding listing forms. So I'm going to take a wild guess. Our fill in for Executive Director April Dawson.
Yes.
Back to you, Operations Manager Phil McFall.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. We are, we've talked about this quite a bit today, so I will give you again just some high points to our listening forums, and then we'll discuss a little bit about path forward as well on this. So August 31st, we had a listening forum. It was collaboration with the City of San Jose, first listening forum since 2019. The topic was disability compliance at businesses to improve access for all. I kind of wanted to go a little bit more into detail about the actual presentation. So Councilmember Foley was the person who opened up the meeting. And this is San Jose Councilmember Pam Foley. Opened the conversation with discussion of accessibility improvements in San Jose, in the city of San Jose. And then April went on to discuss CCDA's mission to increase disability access in California through collaboration, which we've talked about today. In the event that it was a panel discussion. So there was a panel of, I'm sorry, I'm going completely off memory. Was it 4?
Yes.
4, sorry, thank you. 4 and a moderator. And that was, and it was a Q&A, there was a Q&A session that went along with that. So interactive Q&A. The panelists stressed the importance of education and collaboration between business owners and people with disabilities. And they also stressed the promotion of accessibility. Additionally, the forum emphasized the importance of collaboration and partnership between government agencies, businesses, and advocates to improve accessibility for all. So that in a nutshell, and I invite you, Commissioner Shapiro, if you want to add anything additional to what I was just giving a quick high level of what went down that day, but.
Thank you. Yes, this is Commissioner Shapiro. I would love to add a couple of comments. It was a very robust discussion. I have to say that after we were done, that was a moment where I really truly felt like this was a forum and a methodology that was truly carrying forward our mandated work of connecting businesses and disability resources, people working together to increase accessibility in a way that business could embrace. It was, for me, something wonderful to see. I hope that as the forums move forward, everyone has the opportunity to participate. The business owners that attended the forum were very interested in information. They were asking questions about resources that were available. It was an opportunity to make known a number of programs and resources they could receive. And the members of the disability community that came and shared their perspectives added a lot of depth and value to the conversation, because it was an opportunity for the business owners to hear, which is the whole point of the forum, to hear each other's concerns, to hear the concerns on both sides, and to really right there in the room and during the Q&A and conversation, work collaboratively on methodologies to make sure that the resources were made available to the small businesses, that they could take advantage of, they could get the grants for CASP inspections. And I have to say that I was very heartened by the fact that the participants were left me at least with the impression they really were there to find out what resources were available and what they could do. They were not there to say that something wasn't important or something wasn't required or anything of any sort of nature like that. They were there to find out what they could do to be more accessible. A couple of the small business owners were talking about what they'd done and how they were trying very hard, but they didn't have the information. And we provided great information at the forum. We had 4 panelists, which included someone from the business side, someone from the architects, and then 2 people from the disability community, and with that perspective. And it made for a wonderfully rich and robust conversation that I think was extremely informative. If we could do that everywhere, we wouldn't be sitting here talking about added outreach efforts, because it was wonderful. And I will tell you, I was also very appreciative and impressed with the amount of resources the city of San Jose actually dedicated to putting the forum on. The city's individual is really the person who took the lead in assuring that we had the room, in making arrangements. We had a number of meetings leading up to the forum on the agenda, and so I was very appreciative of the resources that my home city, San Jose, put into bringing the forum together. It was a wonderful event, and I hope we have many, many more all over the state.
Really, thank you for that. And then Commissioner Profaca, I know you've already made some comments regarding the.
No, I learned a lot, Commissioner Profaca here. I learned a lot at that forum, and everything that you just spoke of, I felt all of that. What was surprising to me was how few people there knew that these vast resources were available. Again and again, people said, wow, I never knew that those dollars were available to me. But the feeling of collaboration and cooperation was clearly there. There was nothing divisive or negative. It was all very, very positive. And I agree with you that if we could create that in many, many venues across the state, we'll be richer for it. Great forum.
Thank you so much, both of you, for those comments and attendance and moderation.
And also, to make another comment, I thought that our staff did a great job there. All of CCDA staff were just outstanding. They were present, and April was just terrific at representing the commission.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. And you know, I know that Abby and Presley and Stephanie both all put a lot of work and a lot of hard work and time into that. So hats off to them, because they were really part of the the backbone of how all of that went down. So I really appreciate all their help with that. I wanted to sorry, before I go on, I wanted to kind of talk about going forward. But does anybody have any other comments about the actual listening forum?
This Commissioner Lillibridge, remind me how many people attended?
40.
Well, I thought it was more, but I think at one, in addition, not counting the panelists, I thought we had gotten up to almost 50.
To 56.
56, that sounds
Okay,
right, 56 attendees. I have to, this is Commissioner Shapiro, I have to second what Operations Manager McFall said, that all of the staff that were there and helping out did phenomenally. It was a huge effort. And everyone was very dedicated to making it happen. It came off beautifully, but I believe we had 56 attendees, with I guess the 6 of us, the 4 panelists, Executive Director Dawson and myself, so.
This is Commissioner Lillibridge again. I guess my gut reaction is, for a city the size of San Jose, I would have expected more people there. I know we did listening forums before the pandemic, and for instance, in Fresno, I know when we did the one in Fresno, there was probably 150 that were there. There's a lot.
Yeah.
So I guess that would
Multiple
be,
tables.
I don't want to be a downer. I'm curious, I want to be curious about how did the word get out? And again, I would expect a fairly good sized city like San Jose to have had at least 100 people. 100, you know, especially small business owners, the ones that could really learn the most.
And then Commissioner Claire has one.
So in response, I've been obviously involved in this for about 10 years, doing outreach, even with CCDA previously. it's very difficult with the small business community to find a sweet spot. So if you're trying to target restaurants, when's a good time? You know, they're serving lunch, they're serving dinner, is it the afternoon, right? But by the same token, you're not only dedicated to restaurants, you're serving other small businesses that are open during business hours, right?
Yeah.
8 to 5, and many of them may not have employees. So it's a decision of, do I close my business? Do I come? You know, it's difficult to reach a small business community because they're a small business. And I think that that's always been a challenge, is how to share this information. I will also say that I don't want this to come across the wrong way, but there's a lot of people in the legal realm who will always tell a small business, if you plead ignorance, that's a good defense. And so sometimes they don't want the information because they feel it's a defense in case they need to provide it. And so we've heard that a lot. And that's what's a challenge, right? It's very much a challenge on timing and everything. So I think any person we can actually access and who comes, whether it's only 40 or 150 in a size that big, is still almost 200 people that we wouldn't have reached before. And then hopefully they spread the word, right? And the next one we do, there's more people, right? Because they do have a lot of this conflicting messaging, I think.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Hearing those words actually reminds me of the letter authored by the Ford Foundation Executive Director Darren Walker, who in their release of their 2016 Ford Forward philanthropic principles failed to include people with disabilities in their diversity, equity, and inclusion principles, and in that, as taking ownership as a Black African American gay male who thought he owned all this diversity, equity, and inclusion, to him was a real revelation, and he went back to the writings of James Baldwin of ignorance allied with power being a particularly pernicious combination of what the outcomes are from that combination. And unfortunately, as a small business owner, they have the power, you could say the opportunity to make a real difference. And somehow or another, we have to confront that ignorance. And it came to me because it's right there. It was the focus of what James Baldwin had to present. And to take that, it's trying to explicitly use that as an excuse. I want to remain ignorant. And somehow or another, that is a profound challenge we have. That no, that's not to your advantage to do that. And you certainly can't come back and say later, I didn't know, and I'm being sued by a drive-by litigant. Take your pick. But somehow or another, we really need to confront that and find ways to welcome in. I guess to pull that full circle, bring it back to Commissioner Lillibridge's comment of how then, if it's not so, how do we have so few? Why didn't we have 100? Maybe it's like, is there something we did in Fresno that delivered 150 people? So maybe, is there something that happened differently with the timing, with the outreach or something of looking at that to make sure we didn't overlook something that might have been sort of that trigger of success for that?
This is Commissioner Shapiro. A couple things. One thing is that we held the forum from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. And I would along.
I'm sorry, was it on a week or?
It was on a weekday.
Thursday.
It was on a Thursday from 3 to 5 in the afternoon. I recognize that, as Commissioner Claire said, you're never going to find the sweet spot. The guys who don't want to be during business hours, the other guys don't want to be on the weekends, the guys who want to be at the lunch hour, the guys who don't want to be at the lunch hour. But I did have some concerns that 3 to 5 in the afternoon was not a good time frame. So that would certainly be something to look at. If I apologize for every bad apple in the lawyer barrel, I would do nothing but apologize for the rest of my life. I can tell you though that most attorneys that I know in the real estate arena, including myself, understand entirely that ignorance of the law is no excuse and would never counsel a client to want to be ignorant, remain ignorant, or be ignorant. Where, with respect, I have some difficulty is there is a difference between intentional ignorance and honest ignorance. Because I have had clients who, for example, they put in their paperwork, they went through the Department of Public Health, they got their permit, the building inspector signed off on their work, all the different departments signed off, and they were told by their architect, by any number of people that their work was completely compliant. And they thought that it was, and it was okay. And then over time, they had either the contractor didn't quite lay the asphalt right, or it was laid perfectly when it was laid, but 2 years later, the dirt has subsided and they haven't realized that their slope has come out of compliance, because even if you get a CASP inspection when you do the work, you don't get one every year. So the difficulty we struggle with, I think, sometimes is it's vitally important to draw a fair line between willful ignorance, which is completely unacceptable, and true, honest ignorance, where a person has made many efforts to comply, but soil subsidence or a contractor who didn't perform very well lead to a difficulty that shouldn't have been there.
This is Commissioner Claire, if I may add. I agree completely, and I did not mean to disparage all I know is I've been a CAS since 2009, and my interface with clients is, that's a comment I've received often where they've had that, which is the only reason why I mention it. Because I do think it's an obstacle. And I will also say that it's important in our education, and this may be part of those resources, is that everyone plays a part. And from the owner's perspective, the requirement to maintain accessible features and what that means is important. It's correct, you don't need a CASP inspection every year. However, the owner should have a checklist that says, this is on you. You know, when we had the period of drought that lasted, what, 5-6 years? You can't imagine the amount of disability access on asphalt and concrete that occurred because the roots were coming up to find that water. So they were lifting concrete, they were lifting asphalt, they were lifting, you know, and we were and these non-compliant conditions were created. But I think that that's what I'm saying is part of like the resources in a toolkit, is to say, you may have gotten an architect and it may have been compliant, and you may have gone to the building department and it's been compliant, and you may have done everything you can, right? But the point is that there comes a point in time where it's on you. And this is, where are you putting your toilet paper dispenser in your bathroom? Where are you putting your wastebasket? Is it in a clear floor space, right? Has your concrete lifted? Like, you know, and saying some of these things they can check, but I think that that's part of the information is that everyone has a role, and that includes the business owner. The business owner can't farm out every single thing and say, I did everything I was supposed to, because at some point, the maintenance of accessible features is in the ADA, and that's on the owner. It's not on anyone else. It's not on the enforcement entity. It's not on anyone else. That maintenance is a law in the building code. It's a law in the ADA, and that's on the owner. And that's what I think we need to impart and educate.
This is Commissioner Shapiro. I appreciate all of the comments. Didn't take it personal because I'm not one of them.
Thank you.
But kind of just brainstorming off what Commissioner Claire just said, I know that we've developed checklists of the most common problems or features. What about just throwing it out there, a top 10 checklist of things that go out of compliance? Because, for example, we might say this is the slope and this is this, but to reach the people who have the situation where they have complied, but time and wear and deterioration and tree roots can take them out of compliance, have we ever considered a checklist of the top 10 things that wear out over time or become non-compliant? If you thought they were compliant before, these are things you should check from a time and wear and tear perspective.
Also, door opening forces. your closers always go up.
Well, but you see what I'm saying? I mean,
Exactly.
Maybe that would be another top 10 or checklist we might develop.
This Chair Commissioner Downey, I believe we had one that was directed towards facilities management groups. That was more about, not storing things in the clear path of travel or access space required for plumbing fixtures and things. I think there might have been that in the past.
I can check.
Yeah, if not, if it is, maybe we should dust it off, make sure it's still valid, up to date. But I don't recall it addressing this really curious thing of this world we like to think of being static, not being static, and things do change. The physical world does change. It reminds me of seeing a map of property lines over time through the seismic changes in the state of California, that people's properties and homes and things on their property are no longer on their property simply because the earth has shifted. So it's an important thing to put out there, that it's not a static world. And there are things you need to check to ensure continued compliance. We could stay on this one for a good while. But the commission, the complexity, the depth and breadth of this commission now, the different voices bringing forward these comments are really helpful. So thanks for this really good feedback. Okay, I think I made it through any comments from the public. I'll open it both virtually and in person. Any comments, members of the public?
Chair Commissioner Downey, we do have public with their hand raised.
Okay, glad we stopped that. Okay. So a member of the public with their hands raised.
Hello, my name is Regina Brink from the California Council of the Blind. I have been here, but you guys run so quickly through the public, I can't find the reaction to raise my hand, so I just did it. So when you guys finished talking, I could come in on a public comment. I just wanted to comment on accessibility and web accessibility, which was kind of earlier in the agenda, but it's something that we've been grappling with, and it's so important for our daily lives that I appreciate that this commission has taken it up, and I urge you to make it a priority. I know that for people who use physical devices, the physical built environment is very important. For us, navigating the websites, it's becoming not just websites, but like getting medical information. My husband just had a procedure and they gave us a bunch of paper saying we should have someone read it. And when he said, could they do it electronically, they did. And it was a PDF that was inaccessible. So this affects our daily lives. It affects our health. It affects every aspect of our lives, and underlining that. And some of it is rather simple. You can check a box when you create the PDF that makes it accessible, but people just don't know. And so thank you for addressing this and taking my comment.
Thank you for that comment. And I'm sorry, this is Chair Commissioner Downey. I apologize, I did not get your name, but you were with the California Commission. California Council for the Blind.
Yes, Regina Brink, and I'm the Assistant Director of Governmental Affairs.
Yeah, well, thank you.
And I've been here the whole time.
Okay. Well, we would look forward to collaborating with you because yes, we're very much concerned. It's as more and more commerce has moved to the digital space. And with it, more and more opportunities are there for accessibility if it's properly engaged. So yeah, we'll be doing our best to help proper development along those ways within the state of California. So look forward to
Could I
working with you.
email my contact to someone?
Sure, you can. I don't know, give it to me. Yeah, if you, I wouldn't ask you to put it in the chat because wouldn't necessarily make it public, but
Right.
if they go to
The
the
CCDA.
go to the CCDA website, will they be
Okay.
able to find your link?
Yeah, or you can just email it to us. I'll just give you our general CCDA inbox. So it's CCDA
Okay.
at DGS
DGS.
dot CA
.gov.
dot GOV.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just so you know, this Chair Commissioner Downey again, yeah, our mandate has been recently expanded to include digital access. So that is a change in our mandate from the state. And we are actively sort of developing that and bringing that into our checklist and outreach and education and all sorts of things. So it's always been there, but now it's officially within our mandate. There were times when we were trying to go there, not making it a big issue of it. Now it's part of our core mandate.
Great. That's wonderful.
And Regina, this is Jacqueline Jackson, Commissioner Jacqueline Jackson, and I'm on your committee. I can make sure
Hi. Yes.
make sure they
Hello.
get your information.
Thank you.
Thank you for being a part of this
Yeah.
conversation.
Okay, then not to move too quickly off it. Any other comments from members of the public joining us virtually or in person?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there is no other indication.
Okay, thank you for that. So agenda item 17, the 22 annual report. So can you do the fill in for
Yes.
Executive Director Ekwell Johnson? Okay, turning it back to Operations Manager Phil McFall.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. This is Phil Operations Manager Phil McFall. This one should be pretty quick. I just wanted to, and then you can, for those of you who are in the office here, our annual report 2022 is done and in front of you. You can also go to our website or reach out to me directly if you'd like me to provide a copy. And it's, you know, it's pretty comprehensive. It's very good. I want to actually take this time just to recognize our Associate Governmental Program Analyst, Legislative Analyst, who did the bulk of the lifting on this and did the bulk of the work on it. Abigail Ridge did an outstanding job of putting this together and seeing this from front to end. And this is something I tasked her with a little over a year ago, probably, and she's already got us. She's whipping us into shape for next year too. So she's very good at getting us together. You know, hey, I need this by this time, and she's done an outstanding job of really taking on this. This is one of her duties that she's taken on, and I just, you know, I think that she deserves the bulk of the credit for this one. She's done a lot of work, put a lot of time into it. So thank you, Abby, for what you've done. And it's done, it's ready to go, and we are again already working on 2023. So you might see some pictures from today in there. So anyway, yeah, that'll be coming to you mid next year sometime. And that's really all I had on the annual report. So back to you, Chair Commissioner Downey.
Okay, thank you, Operations Manager Phil McFall. Any comments from members of the Commission joining us virtually?
Chair Downey, Commissioner Holloway, I've never read an annual report that I enjoyed reading. Until I got this one. It's great. It's well organized. I love the table of contents, but the information in here is amazing. And I really just want to compliment you and the staff for putting this together. It's interesting. It's easy read, and it's really thoughtful and helpful, and great job. I expect, you know, any other annual reports to be just as good, whether they're from CCDA or anywhere else. Thank you.
It's a lot of pressure.
Great job.
If there are no further comments from members of the Commission, I'll open it up to members of the public. Anybody joining us virtually or in person regarding this agenda?
Chair Commissioner Downey, there appears to be no indication.
Okay. Let's see, agenda item 18 which is oddly brings us back to web accessibility and CCDA. So, and back to you, Operations Manager Phil McFall.
All right. So I'm actually going to turn this over myself to our Associate Governmental Program Analyst, our Ledge Analyst, Abigail Ridge, and she's going to introduce us to this web accessibility topic.
Awesome. Thank you, Operations Manager Phil McFall. This is Abigail Ridge, CCDA Legislative Analyst. This is just going to give a little background of the topic before we go into a discussion about it. So in 2020 legislative session, AB 2917 was signed into law by Governor Newsom. And what AB 2917 did to CCDA is that it expanded CCDA reporting to the California State Legislature to include website accessibility, but also for the purposes of this conversation, it has mandated the CCDA to create educational materials or modules that have to do with website accessibility. There's also a nuance in it that had to do with accessible parking and exterior paths of travel, but we talked about that earlier with accessible parking campaign that we're sufficing with it. But for this conversation right now, we're trying to focus on the website accessibility toolkit and specifically how a business might be able to facilitate website accessibility compliance. And we have some questions that we wanted to pose to the group just to try to get some ideas. And I'm going to go ahead and toss it back over to Phil to go ahead and do the facilitation of that.
Thank you, Abigail. So the first question is, since the CCDA has been mandated to create educational materials / modules on how a business might facilitate website accessibility compliance and to identify the focus of our approach. A, what information would be valuable for a business owner to understand the ins and outs of website accessibility? And so that's a question. I will, there's different parts. So let's start with that. Do you want me to go into the?
Yeah, like for example, like we're thinking of like sections of kind of like what Commissioner Claire was touching on earlier about what is like the legal liability portion of it as a business owner, but then what are also the current standards. So it won't be just like a full-on different type of, with all these slew of resources, we're trying to put them all together on that way. So we want to put together all what's the possible legal liabilities and then the current website accessibility standards. And we didn't know if there's like any other information that would be beneficial for a business owner to know.
Sure, Danny. Just a thought. I think that our parking accessibility toolkit, I think, is going to be really, and as it evolved, it seemed to be something that was understandable and found to be helpful to those that we tried it out on. And I think it will be when it comes out. And I think maybe this is an opportunity to do another toolkit only on focused on website compatibility and compliance, because you know, if you want to have do something fun, ask your business friends, is your website ADA compliant? And you're going to get 90% of the time, one, what is that? Or two, I don't think so. And I've just done my own little survey the last few months, and not very common, not very common. So, you know, there's a real opportunity to be impactful and do some good and keep people out of trouble and serve the disability community at the same time.
This is Chair Commissioner Downey. Thanks for those comments. And it sort of hits on me on the sort of something I constantly come back to, something that as an architect, where in theory, you don't get to open up a new building and then say, oh, well, we'll get to accessibility later. You know, you build it in day one. And they're all and at least that's what you're supposed to do. And there's all sorts of training that goes along with it. There's required training in the state of California to be able to renew your license every 2 years. And so those requirements are there. That doesn't exist in the world of those creating websites. After the architects get done designing things and engineers, it goes to the building departments. There's yet another chance for those invested in, given that authority to review and in theory, check it for compliance with accessibility regulations. That doesn't exist in the web, in the our digital ecosystem. And it's not just business, it's training, it's all sorts of things. Don't ask me about the continuing ed trends session I had to take for this to renew my license for sustainable energy and how long that took for me to get through on a screen reader. And the end result of having to have sighted assistance with me to actually be able to do the course. So there's lots of space out there for both risk and a lot of improvement, but we don't necessarily have the benefit of an awful lot of infrastructure that's built in around the built environment that somehow or another we're going to face the challenge of how to do it in a far less regulated digital environment, where, as we're seeing through our legal caseload tracking, it's growing by leaps and bounds. So it's a real issue that's riddled with real challenges of how to take something that's just at this point inherently nothing against the Wild Wild West, but it's the Wild Wild West. And how do we bring order to that, really to the benefit of the small business owners? And I think, again, it's going to come back to increasing their awareness at day one, whether it's connecting with SCORE. Every small business today is going to have a digital presence, and building it into their awareness from day one of how to do that. So when you do your own little surveys, anecdotal surveys, how's your website? Is it accessible? And nobody knows what you mean. So every person opening a website, you don't have to file for a license to open your digital web presence, but you're putting yourself out there in the public realm for public services. And we'd rather not hear from you, and we'd rather not read your name, the name of that small business, and the data collection we have on legal compliance. Sorry for my diatribe. I'll open it up to other commissioners.
At the risk of being the brave one, Commissioner Shapiro, I agree very strongly with Chair Commissioner Downey's description, because we are dealing with a space where two teenage girls decide to bake cupcakes and set up a website using GoDaddy in order to sell their cupcakes, all the way to large national hotel chains who really, really should know better. So I agree wholeheartedly that just to begin to encompass a space that, if you'll forgive me, goes from two girls and the cupcakes to hotel chains, I think that we may have to organize ourselves a little bit and perhaps even cut this into slices of, this is kind of where we're going to start with the people who maybe should be more organized and should know. Here's our slice, before we get to the two girls and the cupcakes. Maybe we start in some kind of size revenue arena. That doesn't mean the regulations are different, but simply our ability to reach them and make change might be. The other thing that I would offer as a concern in this space is the law is not settled in this space. One of the difficulties is it's not about, don't even want to think about it, willful ignorance, which just offends me in ways I can't speak about in public, because I'm not going there, sorry. But nonetheless, this is an area in the website world where the law itself is not very certain. There have been cases saying, and I think I had talked about this maybe two meetings ago, Commissioner Jackson had agreed that sometimes what we're looking for is a alternate communication, that there is some accessible phone number and we can actually reach a person who can assist us with directions to appropriate accessible services. Some people do not want the phone number, and some law indicates that maybe they shouldn't have a phone number. It should be more readily. That I'm just saying that there is so much, I think, unsettled areas in the law, in also what aids different segments of the disability community the most, that wrapping our arms around this particular amoeba may require a certain amount of slicing on the businesses side, but it may also slice a little on the narrowing what is the most useful for access for the greatest number of the disability community, because those may also be different. So maybe we got to wrap the amoeba both ways.
This Chair Commissioner Downey, don't ask me about the time I actually did call that phone number to the Disability Help Desk, and the response was, "Oh, is there someone sighted there that could help you out?"
Okay, so not going there. So not going there.
Lots of training up and down all over this amoeba.
Yes.
So thank you for that. Any other comments from members of the commission?
This is Commissioner Willowbridge. This is a really slippery one. You know, being a civil engineer and working in the built environment, very cut and dry. Client hires someone like me that's licensed to design something that meets ADA compliance, and if it doesn't, they have somebody to sue. Because I didn't perform per my professional obligations. Right now, we don't have that with those folks that either use GoDaddy or hire a web. I know nothing about web development, but I do not believe there's any licensure for that. So I think the natural progression of this is going to need to be that the folks that do create websites for a business are going to have to be certified in some way. And that's going to lead to where they get that certification. From a community college, a tech institute, wherever it is that they learned to put a website together is going to have to be the entity that then teaches them how to make a website accessible. So you know, there's a flow chart here that goes way deep that we just haven't gotten there yet from a legal standpoint to make sure everybody is putting together a legally compliant website.
Yes. Chair Downey, Commissioner Holloway, unlike a licensed architect, it's not a sidelight designing buildings. But I can tell you, having met a number of website designers, it's a sideline. They have a PR firm, they have a tech resource firm, or, they do something else, or, they're baking cookies and on the side, they build websites. And so you're not going to find people that, for the most part, do this full time and to have any kind of licensure or credentials. They have just kind of do this as a side gig. And so it's going to be tough, And I think, the people who ultimately are going to be legally liable is the owner of the website. That's probably the motivated person.
Yeah.
And this is Commissioner Ramirez, if I can get on the queue.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Ramirez.
No, thank you. No, this is Commissioner Ramirez, and so this is an area that I'm familiar with. And so I'm glad that we do have some standards, both at the state and federal level, particularly around web accessibility. Right now, Section 504, which is the federal standards that guide the ADA, are being redone for the first time in 40 years. And one of the big changes that is coming with it, there's an enforceable standard being included in there, and it's around web accessibility because of this particular conversations. So I do anticipate there to be more action around this, because it will really allow individuals an opportunity to really expect those standards in certain settings. Accessibility for those of us that really utilize technology. It's not just how we find out about information for businesses, it's how sometimes we make business arrangements with folks here in California and even outside of California. Sometimes our services are done directly, are provided through the internet. So for the disability community and for the business sectors, having finally some set standards and some guidance on how to work on this, it's a really good opportunity for folks, particularly as folks go back to in person, but then, a lot of folks did fantastic remotely. So I really want to be able to maximize that level of accessibility. Like here in Los Angeles County, like I heard that example, but here in Los Angeles County, if you have a problem with the county with accessibility and you want to file an accessibility complaint, you go to our county website and you look at the ADA complaint form, and it's a PDF, but it's a picture of PDF, so it's not even accessible. So I think when we talk about some of the things that we want to recommend to have included in there, is that for those size businesses, because the size that model us, as we all know, but having those processes be not only stated that it's accessible or how you can, find accessibility in this process, but that if there's any type of request or complaint processes, that those things themselves are accessible to folks. And so I think really having this particular conversations right now is just so vital for a lot of our business partners as we embrace the digital model here in California. I think I was watching our governor in China right now, which is one of our biggest partners for a lot of our businesses, and really the competitive edge that they have, for a nation that is not in itself sometimes so thrive as being accessible. So we can definitely, partner and champion that particular venture as well. I'm very excited for these opportunities. So that would be my recommendation.
This is Commissioner Shapiro, building on what Commissioner Ramirez said. If the standards are currently under review, this might be something where we maybe want to wait until the new standards come out, so that whatever tools we build go to the new standard. I don't know if Commissioner Ramirez knows when that standard is coming out, but I'd hate to put that whole toolkit together only to have the standard change 3 months later.
Yeah. This is Chair Commissioner Downey. If I could, though, I think that would be the appropriate thing to do, would be to look for that. But in the meantime, there are standards that are out there that, as he identified. But also, I think more importantly, I would think maybe there are toolkits that can be done that aren't necessarily tied to those legal standards, but perhaps tied to best practices, or I'm still thinking of not the Sioux Friends selling brownies or whatever, but starting up a new business, filing for a new small business license, and if nothing else, helping them. So often it comes down to how the procurement process of how they even solicit someone, how they find someone to build their website or to build their digital presence, and making it, if we don't have the standards to put out there, at least have the question of ask for it. If they don't ask for it, they certainly aren't going to get it. And once they get it, it's too late to ask for it. It's already been done. So nothing else, without necessarily having all those, the best standard established, confirmed, and put into law, there are things that they can be doing to look out for their best interest. And we should do our best to help set them up for that, and to help. So often it's like, where do I go? Where do I start? And we need to be there to have that suggestion.
This is Commissioner Leon Vasquez. I just wanted to comment. I did post some stuff on the chat, and I know not everybody has can see that, but I posted a few links to the only website builder that I know, particularly from my experience, is Squarespace. And they do have an ADA compliant section in their website building Q&A. I guess my comment on this is Squarespace is the leading small business platform for small businesses to create their website. If we were to hold some sort of accountability to the companies that are actually not only housing our domains, but also creating the websites for us, that way small business owners can have a little bit more, I guess, I literally had to like search for ADA accessibility on it. So I don't know, kind of more in your face, I guess, or maybe hold these big companies accountable, like, hey, here's a checklist. You have to check all these off in order to have a website with us. So that was just my comment.
Thanks for that. As Chair Commissioner Downey, are there any other comments from members of the commission joining us virtually or in person?
Commissioner Shapiro, just do want to add one thing, and that's we need to, won't say it every time, but it's important that we be cognizant that we're talking about websites engaged in commerce. Not all websites everywhere. While I feel that people who are, for example, exercising their First Amendment rights, to put their speech out into the world, really ought to want everyone to be able to hear it and read it. It is important that we focus on the fact that we are dealing with websites involved in commerce, not the world of all websites.
Okay. Any comments from members of the public joining us virtually or in person?
Chair Commissioner Downey, we have Regina from the public with her hand raised.
Okay.
Okay, so I just wanted to offer that the WCAG 2 standards are the ones being examined to be standardized. So at least you have an idea of what's probably coming down the pike. And the people that do websites do know them. And there's a variety of tools that if you just use your own coding to build a website, you can check that website with the tool. The one that comes to mind is Bobby, but there's others, and I can let you know the ones that are the most effective in our view at this time. Because, but it's a little tool, and you build your website and you put it through there, and it tells you where you kind of need to change a few things, or if you have done, a really accessible website. So it's a useful tool.
Thanks for that. Out of this Chair Commissioner Downey, out of curiosity, is that something that you make available through the California Council for the Blind's website?
Unfortunately, no, we don't have it there. It's more in our knowledge base of our techie people.
Okay, well, that's fine. I'm just kind of curious if it was there. It would be an easy thing for us to share. But it's always good to point people and good directions for that kind of information and service. Thank you. Any other comments from members of the public? Okay, I think then we'll move on to agenda item 19. Unless I'm not lost. Okay, with that, that's agenda item 19 is any suggestions for future agenda items? So any comments, any suggestions of future agenda items from members of the commission joining us virtually? Hearing none, are there any comments from members of the commission regarding future agenda items from members of the commission here in person?
Chair Commissioner Denley.
Yes.
Commissioner Profaca. Has this commission taken on the issue of local parks, county parks, state parks, and the accessibility of parks? And is this within our purview?
Okay, that's, well, yeah, we'll take that into consideration and comment. That's a good, it's a very potential topic for future agenda item.
Commissioner Lillibridge, Commissioner Claire did mention earlier during the presentation, that I can't remember what the topic was.
Yeah, I wrote that down. Yes, I'll be reaching out. It was about the EV stations, I think. Or no.
No, it's, what's it came up after the EV station.
Yeah, it was another presentation she did.
Yeah, no, where to find her. I'll reach out to her. I'll get it, yeah.
Okay, any other comments, future agenda items from members of the commission? If not, how about from members of the public, either in person or joining us virtually? Do you have any suggested future agenda items?
Sure, Commissioner Downey, there's no indication.
Okay. Okay, so that brings us to agenda item 20. And that is, like to see if there's a motion that we adjourn.
Commissioner Lillibridge moves to adjourn.
Do I hear a second?
Second, Commissioner Shapiro, second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. So I hate to say, brings us to a roll call vote. That's so easy.
Okay.
Hey, Presley, back to you.
Thank you, Chair Commissioner Downey. Last one, promise. So we have Commissioner Dillon,
Aye.
Commissioner Downey,
Aye.
Commissioner Alhassan,
Aye.
Commissioner Holloway,
Aye.
Commissioner Jackson. Aye. Commissioner Lehman. Commissioner Leon Vasquez,
Aye.
Commissioner Lillibridge,
Aye.
Commissioner Profaca,
Aye.
Commissioner Ramirez,
Thank you to the captioner and the ASL interpreter. Aye.
of course, and then Commissioner Shapiro.
Aye.
With that, Chair Commissioner Downey, all CCDA Commissioner votes have been voted and the motion carries to adjourn.
Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Thanks for everybody's participation and see you next year. Have a wonderful holiday season. And thanks again for everybody's participation. And please send our best to April.
Absolutely, will do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
It's very interesting. It's 3:27.